Alrighty then. Let's get the show on the road. Good morning, everyone. And welcome. Welcome to my home. Hello, hello. I gotta get my MSQ video live. I've just been going non-stop. I haven't had any time to, like, plan stuff in advance. Let's see. What did I name the other ones? Hopefully you've all had a good week. What did I call the third one? Where is it? Jesus Christ, it was that long ago? Oh, there we go. Good morning, Flynn. I hope you're having a good one. Ivy. I already played with you this morning. You gotta chill. This cat. This cat. There she goes. Oh, she went to eat. She knew what it was all about. She knew it was time. She could tell. So to be fair, when has she ever cared? Good morning, Nadia. Add that to the MSQ. Part 4. There we go. Where'd you go? I don't know where either of them are, to be honest. I think Aloha's over by the windows. Good morning, Dirt. Good morning, Helm. Ivy cares. Sometimes. I could be convinced to believe. I could listen. Let's not get into it. All right.
Cat Card just subscribed. Good morning.
Good morning indeed. Thank you for the multi-month cat card. Appreciate it. What's going on, Nihogar? Welcome in. Thanks for 10 years of great content. Thank you for enjoying it. God, it's actually 11 years on YouTube now. Loud exhale of age. Loud exhale of age. What's going on, Ludo? Hey, if I'm feeling down, Ivy is quick to cuddle up next to me and not make much fuss. I'd like to say that means she gets it. Oh, for fuck's sake, right? I was leveling Red Mage. Yeah, alright, I'm gonna go to Urkapacha and I guess wait out the hunt train. Oh, I was gonna check something and then I realized there was no reason to check it. I was gonna check to see if my my vouchers sold. Then I remembered they sold before end of stream yesterday. I need to pour my first mug of coffee. Yeah, we occupy space together. What's going on, Neffy? What's going on, Ludo? Yes, welcome in, Nidhulger. I gotta say it like that, otherwise it's like I'm saying it wrong. Gotta throw that tang on it. The boy's gotta get his tang. True story, I hated tang growing up. Genuinely not a fan. I remember thinking like, oh, that's probably really good. And then I had it and I was like, nah, this is shit. Let me see if I can find people doing Urkapacha in one of the areas. Well, there's Steve. See, Aloha is a give me what I need cat. I think anyone who is doing it is I don't think there's anyone doing Urkapacha this morning. Government drink powder. I heckin' love government drink powder. Alright, well, there's somebody here at least, so I guess I'll do this one. Looks like Steve wants to do a few fates while we wait. Hello, Steve. Tang is dead. Well, yeah, but there are people who just like Tang. Yes, wave. I'm assuming I can be heard on stream. Generally, it's the case with a lot of people. Yeah, the little bit I can get here while waiting for the hunt train to begin, it's all worth it. I have had it like 2 or 3 times in my life, and I've thought it was terrible every time. It's definitely not definitely not something I can recommend. And then we've got the bonus fate. Yeah, I mean, that's true. But Tang, I never felt like Tang and High C were even in the same category, because High C was a grab and go like juice box kind of thing. Tang was, you always mixed the powder, and you had the little monkey on the front. That's the big thing I remember is I was like, well, the monkey likes it. Why wouldn't I like it? Logic checks out. Listen, sometimes it's not about what's available. It's about what's just like, I haven't had it before, so I need to know. Tang was definitely in the I haven't had it before, so I need to know category. Like, did you need to know? Eh, not really, but did you want to know? Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. That was just like a normal thing in that time, you know? That's how they sold stuff to you, was literally by telling you it's just not the thing you had before. You know the MMO Rift? That was basically how they operated. They were just like, ah, you're not Nazaroth anymore. And we're like, you're right, it's worse here. No, Cosmic Exploration probably won't. I mean, actually, I don't think there's a time frame on it at all about when. Like, when did Ishgard come out? Because that would be the comparison. Damn, Rift memories. Listen, I still think positively of Rift. All right, it didn't work, but I still think positively of it. I just remember liking Chloromancer, alright? And that's really all I need to remember. But I mean, their entire shtick was basically trying to convince you you're playing WoW, but you're not playing WoW. That was the thing. It was like, well, but then I could just be playing WoW instead. So it was really strange of a decision. I mean, to be fair, Rifts were pretty not good fates. The Rift events were not, ironically, not the best part about about Rift. If anything, they were cool the first time, and then as they happened more, they just became huge inconveniences. And hey, where's everyone going? What's going on, Null? Anarchy, yeah, that's another one. Listen, there's always, if you ever need an old MMO itch that's only available on private servers, you always have City of Heroes. Yeah, Oblivion Gates are a pretty good comparison. I've been like this for the past year. Yeah, but to be honest, does anyone who's doing those things care about whether or not they're sanctioned? I bet they didn't. They are sanctioned, though, for City of Heroes. That's nice. I wish I could be sad about WildStar shutting down if I didn't see that coming a mile away. That's the only I was like, listen, I played it. I wanted to like it. Though, to be fair, I was doomed in that game no matter what. The colorblind bit just didn't work. I'm just doing something real quick.
Chaos, chaos, chaos.
Rain, thank you for the Prime sub.
Chaos, chaos, chaos.
Ray Inden just subscribed with Prime.
Hello, King. They just, I'll be honest, WildStar wanted the wrong thing. They were just wrong. There's literally no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They were just wrong. The arrogance to think that they knew exactly what everyone wanted, and it wasn't even close. Because if it was, it would have stayed. I'm just going to stay in this instance until the hunt train stuff begins. Dude, the roster boss will claim MMOs that think that that kind of shit's going to fly nowadays long before anything else does.
Chaos,
Chaos.
chaos,
Chaos.
chaos,
Chaos.
chaos,
Chaos.
Nene_423 just subscribed with Prime.
Well, to be fair, I understand why MMOs say they want to be the next best thing or the next big thing. A lot of it has to just do with if they don't say they're going to be that, they literally, like, nobody will have the confidence in them. The problem is that the people who have confidence that any MMO will be the next big thing is, and I'm going to say this in the nicest of ways, on full fucking copium. There's no thirst at all here. I'm wearing normal clothes today. Your hammer? What? Oh, it's the time zone for you. This is a time zone thing. I was so confused. I was like, hammer. Then it clicked. I think it clicked. All right. I was like, what does a hammer have to do with anything? Ah. I don't even feel like MMOs claim they're going to topple anymore. Honestly, all that happens is that MMOs just say they're going to be big. They just talk about, like, Ashes of Creation, you're full of it. Like, it's just, I'm sorry. You're not what you think you are. You just aren't. I mean, if you want to consider 14 and WoW the big two, I'm not going to lie, you can't write off ESO, Guild Wars 2, and, I mean, technically, I'm not going to lie, you can't really count out MapleStory. I hate to say it, but, like, you got to realize how fucking large MapleStory still is. I think RuneScape is the other part of the big five in this particular case, but I think everyone forgets that MapleStory still fucking barrels along. Yeah, OSRS, MapleStory, RuneScape. All pieces of the puzzle. No, dude, BDO's fucking DOA now. BDO finally found its stride in hell. Where it belongs. Oh, what the hell? Hey, good morning, Flo. Yeah, I was gonna say, but you fixed it, Dirt. I don't need to. It's going. I'm waiting on this hunt train to begin. And by hunt train, I mean I'm going to this S rank, I believe. As soon as I kill this thing. Take me away. I must go over to the Ellest of Pisses. It's in the northeast side of El Piss. El Piss. Yes. I'm on my way. I will fly my TIT out there. Every opportunity I get to just revel in TIT is a good one. El Piss. I just want to keep saying El Piss. Yeah, no, I'm definitely worried that Ashes of Creation is far too much in its own head. All right, trying to take care of something real quick. Even if it does come out, Its feature creep means that unless it has a billion people playing it, it essentially can't do anything. Well, that's because you have heard about it for so long. I played Ashes of Creation in like 2017 or 2018. I need to actually, I'm sure if I go through my email, I can find exactly when. Exactly when I played it, because I would have an invite to play it at their booth at PAX. I don't know if it was Prime or West yet. To be fair, it might be Takashi. There's a chance. Oh, there's also an email I need to get back to. Trying to answer something real quick. Are we in instance 1? Do we land in instance 1? Is this a blessed party? We did. Holy moly. To be fair, the Star Citizen $49,000 transaction is just every other transaction combined. That doesn't sound better when I say it out loud, but at least it's not something... It's just a method of you being able to spend $49,000 all at once. Instead of piecemeal, you know. Your banks might not like it when you make that many individual charges. Alright. I think that's good. Sorry, I had something spring up in my email this morning, and if I don't get back to it now, I'm going to forget to do it later. And I don't want to forget to do it later. Seven tanks to make up for the Viper that has no defensives, yes. Oh, that's the easy pattern. Yes, Flo. No, accessories are not worth that much effort. Not especially before going in on the first two fights. It does depend on your raid's plan, though. For example, if you're a melee player, there's a high probability of your group giving you some sort of upgrade mat, in which case you'd want a left side. If you're in PF, then you probably just want the left side because it's more vitality. If you plan on beating the second and third fight and you're a melee main in a static, you're probably going to be forced into buying the weapon, in all honesty. If you're in the PF, you want to hold off to see if you can beat the first 3 fights. At the very least, to see if you beat the second fight. But yeah, if you're a melee and you're one of the sole melees, then there's a chance you're going to be walking away with the tome weapon from 2 and 3. You 100% want to be saving tomes. You got to remember, it's only oh, wait a minute. No, we can't do that. That's right. That's not until the second tier because it's 500. Oh, that's right. Only a paladin can do that week 1. Right. Hold on. Back it up. This is a 0.2, 0.4 problem that I'm talking about. That's something you only consider in 0.2 and 0.4. So for this, with the 450 that we have, I believe you can get head, hands, boots. Are head, hands, and boots 495 or 425? I actually don't remember. I haven't looked in ages. I can't remember for the life of me if they're 425 or 495. 485. Okay. I would still say no. The accessory gain is the smallest gain. I'd still withhold from spending unless you're down to like your final, like your insanity at like the end of the fight, of the 4th fight. Yeah, only a paladin can technically get a 720 weapon. Which is an interesting thing to consider as well. Because nobody would be bringing a paladin. Because even with the 720 weapon, they're probably still not as good as Gunbreaker or Warrior. They would only be able to get the weapon, though, not the shield. So they wouldn't even be able to use the thing. Oh, it's probably just a community thing, Dirt. Yeah, so a Picto would theoretically be forced into the tome weapon if you were doing up to week 2 prog. Yeah, everyone essentially has just an accessory they can consider buying. But that's it, really. I wouldn't farm it ahead of time. I would, unless especially you plan on beating it on the first day, I would sooner just do expert and like do some dungeons in between, like maybe during break. And then if you are really close to clearing, grab it. But going for week 1, I wouldn't rush the accessory. Especially not before going into the first fight. You don't even need the crafted gear really for the first 2 fights. I'd be hard pressed to like recommend that somebody go out of their way. I think the time spent in the fights is more valuable than the time spent getting a ring. Like by a mile. Yeah, fight familiarity is a bigger DPS increase than an accessory would be, yeah. So, for this one, it's just tomes are there, you'll do them, but odds are you won't spend them week 1. High probability you do not spend your tomes at all week 1. Unless it's like, everyone really feels like it is the breaking factor. That if everybody had the ring, that last bit, that last point, like 2% push. That's something that when you wipe at 0.1%, everybody goes, we should have bought rings. And that's it. That's literally what it'll come down to. You'll have that singular 0.1 wipe, and you'll just go, we should have fucking bought the rings. Not, we could have played better. Not, oh, I made this mistake in my opener. Not, oh, I lost uptime here. No, it's, I should have bought those fucking rings. If somebody wins an accessory, yeah, whoever wins an accessory upgrade is the only person who will probably spend their tomes on it. Yeah, also known as, we should have brought a Picto. The blessed instance. The blessed party and the blessed instance. This is my Tiaitia. I love my Tiaitia. You ain't gonna see no dancer buffs. I bet you see far fewer changes Tuesday than people are predicting. In terms of numerical changes. Yeah, the Viper and Black Mage changes are probably the most notable of the batch that we know about. And then you'll see a few other small things probably. But you're right in that it is very unlikely they touch Picto at all. Yeah, the Dancer Esprit thing wouldn't surprise me if before Savage. Because that's not even a buff. That's just literally, like, making it the same as everything else. Everyone's like, no job homogenation. Dancers be like, please, job homogenation. I also want a buff and not 50 Esprit. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a 0.06 or 0.08 have more job adjustments, but I don't think 0.05 is going to go as hard. I think it's just going to be about bringing a few things up. And Dancer, believe it or not, is not one of them. Other than that usability change. Yeah, it's like 97 out of 100 of them are Picto. It's like one Reaper, a Viper, and a Monk. And you're just like, huh? Hey, but that Monk was up there pretty high. The Reaper and the Monk were up pretty high on that list. Monk was gaming. I think the Monk is like in the top like 6 or 7. Well, they were, but they're not doing it anymore. Now they... Well, to be fair, I say not anymore. It is still technically your opener. Just not the rest of your fight. I feel bad for all the week 1 PFs who lock out Pictomancer because it doesn't have a res and they run double melee. Literally, every PF I see that is double melee with the caster slot locked to a res caster, I'm going to laugh in their face. Treasure Dungeons are Tuesday, yeah. Like, at least run one of each and then lock the last slot to Picto. Like, do something that's dumb but still makes more sense. Or it's like melee or Picto or something. You know, it's like, give them the chance. No, I don't think the Captome gear will be any cheaper. I don't think they've ever set a precedent with uncaptomes that's carried over to captomes. Not that they couldn't start, obviously, but I have no reason to just jump from one to the other. Good morning, Hatsune. Hello. Yeah, but that's not more rewards. That's faster access to rewards. And they literally are talking about straight up volume. Like, as in we have to hire more people to make the gear kind of volume, not we'll have more of it in a less time. Good morning, Helix. Well, you won't get booted from the PF. If there's a PF who's trying to be ultra specific about its job choices, they'll just lock you out before you could even join. And realistically, the only jobs that people have historically locked out are jobs with no utilities. This time, it's going to be funny because the res mages, which is something people fucking love in Party Finder, are like well and beyond not as good as the non-res mages. So are they going to be dumb and lock out res mages? Because that's dumb to do for obvious reasons. Are they going to be dumb and lock out the non-res mages, which is also dumb for obvious reasons? We get to spot the individuals who have realized that they fucked themselves into a corner they can't unfuck themselves out of. Instead of just trying to have a decent comp and play well. Machinist shouldn't get locked out. That would be silly to lock out Machinist, because Machinist is in a pretty good spot. It could be in a better spot, but it's essentially on par with Bard and has Dismantle, so. Machinist was locked out. Yeah, what was dumb about Machinist being locked out in Abyssos is it was unironically one of the better jobs to bring into Abyssos. That was the silly thing. You actually really like Machinist for Phase 2, but the problem was it was Phase 1, and even then you still like Machinist for that because it's very low damage. Machinist is a very low damage variance job. Comparatively, Wildfire is always the same. It doesn't direct hit, it doesn't crit. You're guaranteed a certain number of crits and direct hits. You might get some more or less, but like, are you sleeping? P4S is the one with really bad 2 minutes. Because they were all on Pnax. 2 of them rested directly on the Pnax. Yeah, I mean, you have your bonus XP, it sounds like, so far, but I mean, slow is relative. If you're enjoying the story, just enjoy the story. Completed any of the lower level dungeons? I think probably rouletted into a Sestasha or something at some point. I don't know. I mean, oh, we've been destroying low dungeons with potency increases for ages now. It just sounds like you're doing roulettes every day and playing ultra slow, like, relative to MSQ completion. Like, if you have 3 hours on a day, it sounds like you probably spend an hour and a half doing roulettes and then an hour and a half doing story, and it's like, okay. No problem with that. Oh yeah, we've been just obliterating everything at the lower levels. I like going through Karn normal, and on the last boss, you just skip every mechanic. Other than the first head that needs to go on a platform, which honestly doesn't even fucking matter. The boss just, like, doesn't know how to go from mechanic to mechanic because he's just like, I guess I'll do this one. I guess I'll do this one. And he just keeps canceling them. Like, over and over again. Like, it's like keys despawn, keys respawn, keys despawn, keys respawn. Well, good thing aesthetics are easy to earn, Knight. Hello, Nayuda. Hello, hello. I would say having a fizz range. Yeah, okay, I'll just say yes. Yeah, the answer is yes. I would never, ever, unless it's like I'm way past early prog, I would honestly never want double fizz range. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't want fizz range summoner right now. That's the same thing. It's the same ass with a different pair of pants. Not for week 1. And realistically, that only matters on the 4th fight. But yeah, if I had to do double up of a job, fizz range is inarguably the worst role to double up on. Melee is usually doubled up on because the melee are almost always in the top 5 or 6 of damage. So you're essentially ensuring 2 of your roll are like near the top of the overall damage spread. Which is always going to be better. Double caster tends to be good when one of the casters is melee-esque. But if you run double melee and caster and it's Picto Viper, like Picto Reaper Monk, you're literally just God gaming. And then the fizz range gets to be there. I'll probably be up more than an hour before the servers are up. I got to record a video. That's so fun. Flaw, I just looked over and saw you retweeted. I yap a lot for someone who's afraid to make a phone call. Call up a pizza place. Back in the day when we couldn't order online. Be like, hi, hey, how are you? Yeah. Oh, I would, I want to place an order for delivery. Delivery, yeah. Could I get what's it called? Pizza, right? Do you want, what do you want with that? Sauce and cheese? Anything else? Pepperoni. Yeah. All right, is that all? Could I get a 2-liter of Coke? For some reason, ordering the drinks is always easier. I just say a 2-liter because there were no decisions. I didn't have to worry about putting toppings on the Coca-Cola. There were no decisions that had to be made. There were no options. Just give me the 2-liter of Coke. And what's the name for that delivery? Michael. For some reason, you just say your name like you're being fucking interrogated. Which, to be fair, every phone call did feel like an interrogation. I see. Is there an IC wiener here? Hey, IC wiener. You. Hello, frog. But yeah, no, don't like making a phone. I mean, trust me, I'll be yapping plenty tonight. I yap a lot every day, but I ain't gonna make a phone call. Oh, hell no. I don't even like it when I get the delivery person gets there. You're like, oh, thank God this experience is almost over. What could possibly go wrong? Delivery driver gets there and they're just like, enjoy your dinner, sir. You too. Fuck. The classic trying to anticipate the social norm and getting it wrong response. Happy birthday. You too. Yeah, except that the shirt doesn't have Jim on it. It is missing something. Okay, I've never called one of my teachers mom. That I've never done. Or mommy. So. That neither of those have happened. Not a real teacher, anyway. Wait, why are you looking at me like that? I didn't really have any teachers I thought were hot growing up. There was like one substitute teacher. And that was it. And honestly, I don't even remember her name because it wasn't like one day she'll be mine. As opposed to, what, a not real one. I don't get it. I had a substitute teacher that spoke in the third person. I would have left in the first person. I would have listened to 2 sentences come out of their mouths, and that would have been it. Yeah, I never had a hots for teacher thing growing up. That just didn't happen. I had a hots for older girls, but not for teachers. And like my sister's friends, my sister's 4 years older than me. I'd be like, My sister hated when her friend said, "Oh, I love your little brother." She'd be like, "Don't tell him that. Don't say that to him. Just don't. He loves you too. Don't encourage him." To be fair, my sister knew exactly what genes ran in the family. She knew better. She was like, "Listen, I've seen the rest of our family tree. Stay away from my friends. All right? I know enough about all of our family." That's it. Stay away from all of my friends. Oh, hi, by the way, Sarah. Hello. Welcome in. Sorry, I was just talking about having crushes on my older sister's friends as a child. You know, usual stuff. And I'm doing hunts, because I need more materia before Tuesday. Materia. Wait, you know all about materia. I need a different kind of materia. I don't need the server or the data center. I need the ball. Actually, I need these. More. Thank you. Are you going in next week? We love materia. I love all the materias. Honestly, I'm a bit understocked, but I think it'll be fine with the actual amount that I have, like, combined. Normally, I have a stock of something closer to 1,000, but I did a lot less hunting at the start of the expansion than I expected. Not be a baby raider. But the baby raider is fun. More fun. Wait, I don't have anything else to spend them on. I bought all the gear. At least all the gear that's going to be relevant to me anytime soon. I have a casting set, a healing set, a fending set, a striking set, a scouting set, and an aiming set. The only thing I don't have is a maiming set because they're still level 90. Yeah, I play this game a little bit, Sarah. Just a tiny bit. Just, you know, just... I log in and I'm like, oh, look at me. And I just play around for a little bit. Hey, to be fair, I've been, as you can see, I've been busy leveling. I need him. More fates. More fates. My tiatia. And now I just keep doing fates and I sell. And I sell money. Because I'm so hurt for cash. Yeah, I still need to do the maiming set. Alright. Thank you, hit propagation. Money, money, money. Listen, I need all the money I can get forever and ever and ever and ever. I actually have closer to like 470 mil, but I need some stuff to sell. I got all my Unreals. I got like 30 million in Unreal like minions and stuff waiting to sell. Achievement fates. It depends on your server. I mean, honestly, a lot of them scale down or with a chocobo. You just wait till you have like warrior leveled or something. When I cap on Gil, get more. I would love to cap on Gil, but honestly, if I wanted that, I would have gone into submarines ages ago. But the only subs I like are on Twitch. Oh, do they? I actually didn't even know that, Raiden. No, I've had enough Subway subs in college. I never want to have another one. Subs just give items that vendor. So it might as well be raw Gil. You just vendor the items from the submarine. And just make millions. Oh, that felt good. I don't know if you heard that, but that was my elbow. Can I get a good morning crack? Oh, I can't do my sternum yet. If I can tell you how to be happy, focus on personal connections and growth and not what you can do for others or what others can do for you. Because if you can't treat number one well and you're number one, how can you possibly treat the people around you well? There. Is that good enough? Bars. Dies of cringe. Can I get an amen? Good morning, Alhea. That's because it takes off mask. I am your therapist. What a reveal. Dr. Klinkenbeard? Is that like Dr... What was that guy's name from Rugrats? Lipschitz? Damn. Well, I guess he'll never be happy then. Unfortunate. It could be Dr. Lipschitz. I should have just answered money. Give me a tier 3. What's the secret to happiness? Money. Now pay me. That's ID theft. This is true. Speaking of ID theft, time to give everyone in the zone back their ID. Welcome back to life, everyone. Or afterlife. Like seeing Ventus jump around. Well, it's not really getting murdered because tank priv, but still. Yeah, see, my whole philosophy is I don't try at all, and then I make millions of gil. And it's worked for me so far. So, honestly, how can I not just recommend it? God, my arms are sore. But, like, more like my shoulders are sore. Oh. Savages very soon. Having a little bit of gil certainly helps. Yeah, I'm all set. I'm always all set. Ready to be a speed demon. Go fast. Zoom, zoom. Hopefully we'll be done day 1, if not early into day 2. Then I can go watch everyone else. Well, that's quite the change. I would prefer day one, because then I can start making the guides. Day two is going to be ride the high for just a little bit, and then instantly get to work. Grrr. Content. I'll also have front page on July 30th for a little bit, so. What's going on, Minzu? Yep, I'll be on Bird. The likelihood of me playing Bard changing is so unlikely. Like, it literally doesn't matter what they do unless Machinist got massively buffed. I literally don't see how it would be possible to play anything but Bard week one. In a, like, competitive setting. Machinist, as long as you don't mind the skill speed grief, I would actually probably prefer, but the spell speed grief is very fucking real. No, I think the second one's going to be easy. I think only 3 and 4 are going to be tough. And honestly, tough is relative. I don't think there won't be any harder than Asphodelos were. I mean, I'll have the gear. I would only need to buy a weapon. And I already have all the other gear being made, so wouldn't really change much. Ugh. I'm telling you, Refbot's gonna get tagged in and he's gonna lariat. Refbot's gonna be in on it. What's this? Refbot is tagged in! No, I don't waste 20 million gil on 3 fucking materia slots. He's gonna give Refbot a drink. Refbot from the top rope! Yeah, Refbot's gonna be a raid wide. Well, I mean, the big thing is that you get 2 extra slots of grade 12, but it's like, no, I'm not paying 20 million for 2 extra grade 12 slots. I did some Savage prep last night. I played Chained Together and had to herd 2 sheep. Now I'm just going to have to see how many sheep have to be herded for Savage. May not be 7 necessarily, because they may not all be sheep. I've never tried so hard like I did last night. Alright. Thank you for party. Solution 9. That's teleport I will take. Alright, time for some minimum effort, Red Mage. It is roulette time. On Ether. Passwords 1227. Let's start with the leveling roulette. There you go. Leveling roulette on Ether. Passwords 1227. Shepherd happy. Listen, the only Shepherd I would ever want to be would be Mass Effect. I saw one parked at the grocery store like a month and a half ago. What the hell? So weird. Them things are hideous. A colored one. How can they make it worse? Oh, I didn't turn on limited. That's fine. We can't back out. Domo Castle is a fine one anyway. I'm not really wild about limited. I actually kind of like getting some of the low-level stuff occasionally. Honestly, this actually makes sense, because for Red Mage, the lower level I am, the less effort it is. Don't forget stance. Don't forget stance. Don't forget stance. There we go. Woo, the sink down stance. Real parties don't need stance. I was trying to avoid... Wow, that actually still hit me. I fucking hate that ability. Gaming? Good thing he didn't pull big. You just left him at like 2,000 health. I was gonna wait until the pull was done. Jesus Christ, I can't believe how large the AoE for exhaust on this thing is. I don't even know what the actual MP thresholds are for this. Or, I'm sorry, the damage thresholds are for its AoE. I was about to start breaking out for cures there in a second. Whee! Right, this is that weird level where you only have for flare. What a dumb fucking level. The fuck would you ever do that? I only have her flare. It's just a silly thing. I mean, it is kind of reminiscent of Black Mage's lower levels where it, like, doesn't have parts of its elemental combo. Doesn't mean I have to like it. Luckily, Red Mage, very, very lazy to play at this level. That is my only saving grace. Mare. Gaming understood the assignment. Just run forward and get blasted. Stop. The fashionista. I'd rather it be not played. There was a joke in there somewhere, I promise. It's a joke. What's the job? All right. That should do. See, I actually love getting this dungeon because this dungeon's kind of like a nice middle ground in terms of leveling dungeons. Ow. Yeah, it's no Tasha, but it's fine. You know, it's neat. It's not quite super boring. It doesn't demand a whole lot, so you don't really mind. I like to see all of our responsibilities. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, he's dead anyway, so it doesn't matter. No, my flare! First stone. Wait. That was just available. All right. So I realized I had a mob on me, so I need to get ahead of the pack. Saw that one coming. I knew I was going to get interrupted. It's like, I want this guy. There we go. Nah, man, you're right. I should have actually just made sure to run as far away from the tank as possible. I don't know what I was thinking. I have to give them the authentic experience or they'll never learn, so. Is that gonna even hit those? I don't think it does. That does, however. Nope. We love haunted amusement parks here. Hey, what's going on, Yukuruzu? that doesn't work at all, Treston. That straight up just doesn't work. You'll still be a million times better than literally every other player. Boom! Oh, I didn't mean to go back in, but that's fine. It looks really cool.
We go together.
Yeah, what he said. You know how many people still don't know you can move it? I mean players who have played before, not brand new players, who don't know you can just not stand in his chainsaw attack. Oops. Hey, what's going on, Kaze? Well, I mean, because it presents like a tank buster, but it's not. Orchestrion. Enjoy your inventory. Alright, that's roulette number 1 down. We still have Trial and Alliance. So on Ether, we now have Trial Roulette next. Passwords 1227. Tank Healer, 2 deeps. And then we have Alliance Roulette, 1 of the tanks I'll have to swap off. Oh my god. Oh, somebody just fucking ripped my arms off my body. No! Why not? Need 2 healers. I'm swapping. All right. Wait. All right, swap then. Swap it up. Swap it up. Oh, you know what? I have to do this one manually, don't I? It won't do it. All right, here we go. All good. All right, we need a healer, a DPS, and a temporary tank. Password's 1227 on Ether. Hello, Jenner. Hello. There's the second tank. Alright, there's a DPS, then we need a healer. I can swap to DPS after. I don't even know what you just tried to even say, Grandmaster. Well, this isn't a one of the healers went DPS, so we do need the healer. Password's 1227. Hapbrain.exe. No, Hapbrain.exe needs a healer. That's what Hapbrain.exe needs. Yeah, maybe they meant the music for the mount. Just wasn't worded very well. Because they just didn't want to. I don't think it's really any more complicated than that. When they made it, they're just like, oh, we have this Final Fantasy VI theme. We'll make that the mount music. And that was the end of it. Still need a healer for a try. I'm going to give this another couple minutes, and then I'm just going to go. And we'll get the pug healer. And good luck. The bird. Change it to burden. Burden. Why are you taking the bets? Password's 1227. Oh no, you mean the bird word. Yeah, I got you. I got you. Ugh. The burden is the word. Alright, I'm not giving this much longer. Bow, bow. The final trial in Endwalker? I do not think we'll get Endsinger. Unless you meant Zeramis, as in, like, across the entire thing. Anyone? Any healer on Ether? This is for trial and an alliance raid roulette. Zodiac. Is it really 8 a.m.? No, it's 8:22 a.m. That's why I need to go to Dynamis for this. I'm only giving it another, like, 2 minutes. Just taking this opportunity to check through some stuff. Good morning, Scottish. Hunt party, but also hat party. Oh my god. My fucking shoulders are so sore. I did have a good sleep, yes. I slept like a little angel. Which is good because I'll probably be up a little late tonight. It's because somebody was on a job and swapped. Alright, we're picking up a pug healer. Don't worry, Ether will have its open borders again soon. Don't see the party in PF? Oh, here we go. My bad. That's actually my bad. Alright, password's 1227. I was too busy checking the other things. I forgot to put it back up when I pulled it up. There we go. Alright, that's my bad. Lego. I'm not doing Prague stew. I'm doing Prague pasta, and I'm also not streaming it. Alright, let me make sure everyone's ready. Yeah, because there's some stuff I have to answer before end of day. I think that's all taken care of. Progsta. No, it's not spaghetti and meatballs. No, I've been saying I'm not streaming my prog cooking this time for like a month and a half now. Hey, Diamond. Yep, my chickpea pasta. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. God, I forgot how hard that hits. Yeah, the cooking. I'm gonna go to the other side. Y'all want to come over here. He's gonna make us do it again. Yeah, for his big raid wide, you generally want to be on 2 separate platforms is the big thing I remember. The one that he does right at the start. That one. But it also doesn't matter on normal. Well, the good news is you're both away from us. And quite frankly, that's all I care about. Yeah, the split of the party is on that just because of how much damage it deals if you have everyone on the same platform. It's a lot.
What am I fighting for?
I don't know. I'm fighting so that I can get Red Mage to 100 and stop playing it. That's what I'm fighting for. Hey, we're on this side. Hey, well, wait, never mind. I was gonna do something and I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna do that.
It's huge!
Enormous. What are we talking about? And then the last dodge at the end, yeah. God, I love that animation. Diamond Weapon turning into Ifrit somehow being a cool thing definitely wasn't on my original list of expectations, let me tell you. I'm so cool. Hello, Slamwise. Boop. Restoring armor. Son of a bitch. Today we fight as one. Listen, you had a pretty good plan there, pal. I gotta give you some credit. It was a decent enough plan. Enjoy your chase AoEs. Generally, you just go across with those, yeah. And then we get out of your way.
Big Baby 1927 just subscribed.
Why, hello there. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you, Big Baby. How you doing? Thank you for the 91 months. Oops. Honestly, I should probably change those. I don't know why I have it set up the way that it... Oh, yes, I do. Makes sense. I like the instant return. Alright, I was checking to see. I couldn't see if the other one was all set or not. Well, that's rude. Hey, congrats, Slamwise. I'm doing swell. Little sleepy, but my coffee's kicked in at this point, so I'll be alright. I got a fun day ahead. I got State of the Realm, and then I got date night tonight. Should be a fun social collab. Alright, that'll take me to 98. And then we still have Alliance Roulette. Yeah, I gotta set up the room for Kia. I gotta make sure I have my graphics all set for that too. Oh, God, my legs. All right, you good? Oh, we can't get a Glaya. No. Unfortunate. We won't be able to get a Glaya, even as a possibility. No, that's not it. It's the 80 summoner. You can play whatever you want. It's the 80. It's the summoner on 80 that means we can't get a Glaya. You can play a job that you actually want to level. I'll wait to see if they change again. It's you. If we get near, it's your fault. All right, you want to play Sage for the tomes? Or do you want to play the other job? Please, for the love of Christ, don't give us near. The near raids are fucking terrible. Do not give us the near raids, which means we're going to get them. Just give us Crystal Tower. They're slow. They're not worth the EXP. The bosses are fucking boring. And people still die to the easiest shit. I can tolerate Puppet's Bunker, but if I get the other two, I'll be upset. All right, now we have a chance at getting a Glaya. It's a good thing that Shadowbringers actually had a 24-man series with Bozia. Thank goodness for that. I knew. Okay, but I said Puppet's Bunker is the one I can tolerate. So at least it gave me the best of the three. I did say this is the one I can tolerate. Joke's on us. This is the fine one. These are the... I'd rather get Crystal Tower. Crystal Tower is less boring than near raids are. But this is, like I said, this is the only semi-decent one. Tower is awful. Tower's like a fucking 45-minute trog through garbage. What alliance are we? A? Alright. We're off to the left then. Looks like everyone understands the assignment at least. No, I would much rather have CT than near raids, in all honesty. Would I rather be bored for 15 minutes or 45 minutes? Is how I look at it. Not too many deaths yet. That's a chasing AoE reminder. Oh, I'm sorry, it's a placed AoE. I couldn't remember if they had the right designations for these yet. I highly advise, if you don't remember much about this fight, to stand as close as possible. That way, even if you do take a smack in the face, you can still technically get away. Hello, Tiago. I don't know. I don't really watch any other CCs, Tiago. So I have no idea. But I'm sure whatever you're looking for, if it's on my channel, you can probably find it pretty quick. Wait, I'll finish this. I gotta be a true red mage. I have to do my combo and forsake all else. Yeah, you can go ahead. If it's just the Aglaya video, then yeah. Oh, you alright in the back there? Bro, if this was Crystal Tower, I'd legit already be done with the second boss. I'm dying over here. I'd be about to run to the third boss. It's killing me. Like, Puppet's Bunker is the best of the worst. So, again, I'm just glad that it's Puppet's Bunker and not the rest of them. Oh, no, we're 100% getting paralyzed here. We're 150% getting paralyzed here. I'm all ready.
Chaos.
Yeah, it's just the Aglaya. You'd think if he was going to talk about my video, he would just link my video instead, but I guess there's that.
Hello just subscribed with Prime.
Tell them. No, I'd rather just check the quality of player the old-fashioned way. Thank you, Brute, for the 9 months. Yeah, like I said, this is still the best of the 3. I'd still rather not do any of them, but it's the best of the 3. You can tank that on the rest of them. Yeah, there you go. I mean, obviously you can't move it during that, but... 1, 2... 2 got silenced. That's impressive, actually. That's better than usual. I would really like to finish a cast at some point, though. Can you assume him? Can I get something off of me? I was paralyzed in the mess. Alright, no more paralysis. Am I even in range of the other two? I don't even think I am. Thank you, Pod. It's for the pairs. I'm so glad these actually take you to your ad also. So there's no question, well, which one do I fight? Please don't PvP. I just want this done with as soon as possible. The less time spent here, the better. No, I normally think it's hilarious, but not today, I don't. I'm good today. I would normally be very supportive of your hopes and dreams. No, even when you are stuck in here, it's mildly funny. It's how you cope with the pain of being in here. That's inside. And then I can save the next one. Here's the thing, though. If you get PvPers, most of the time, that means that the people in your party actually know how to do the near raids. So consider it a good sign. Because I'll look over at the other parties and see if they're doing it so I can adjust accordingly. That's a brave decision. I'm about to lose this melee combo, aren't I? Yep. Well, at least I don't have to go very far. Switch every time. Oh no, I actually got to keep it. Sweet. Wait, how did... Oh, that guy followed the AoE over to us. I was like, who the fuck is that guy? What is he doing over here? Oh, I stepped into fire. It's fine. We got... Oh, you know what? Not quite PvP, but the one time I didn't look. In fact, if anything, it looks like they tried to offset it slightly. Although aiming towards the middle of the room is certainly a decision. We would have been fine, actually, though. It's not like it gives a magic bulb. It just hurts a little bit more. I'll let you in on a little secret. While it seems like the bosses have too much health, it's also that it's only too much health for the quality of player on average in the 24-mans. It's not actually too much health. It's only too much specifically for Alliance Roulette. No, it's not that they need to get better at it. It's that the average quality of player in an Alliance Raid Roulette is very, very low because it's a very casually approachable roulette. And these ones just have health as if people know what their buttons do. Ow! They're like, oh, you're level 80. You know what your buttons do. Like, yeah, meanwhile, the level 90 ones assume you don't know what any of your buttons do. Too much in the other way. I mean, they already did bump up the XP. Like I said, Puppet's Bunker isn't bad. Puppet's Bunker is like 25, 30 minutes at most. 25 minutes is a pretty healthy spot. It's really just Tower at Paradigm's Breach that's just naturally way too long. Like, Copy Factory I don't like, but it's not too long. Tower is too long. And and has just awfully boring bosses. Oh my god, I get it! Alright, can we not do an aggro fight? Ideally.
Chaos, chaos, chaos.
The chaos would suggest no.
Chaos, chaos, chaos.
9 just subscribed with Prime.
Don't worry. I got myself. Oh. We're fine. Actually, I forgot about the laser in the middle. Thank you for the chaos. It is fitting that of all the jobs I would get this Alliance raid on, it would be Red Mage, wouldn't it? It do just kind of track. I think this is the third jump over here, yeah. Honestly, if Puppet's Bunker didn't have this boss, it would probably be in the same category as the rest. Because this is one of the better bosses in here, in general. Now that I can focus again, that was what I was going to say. Still not a fantastic boss. Mostly it's the back half of it that's fairly interesting. Also, I'm on Red Mage, so I'm well equipped to deal with the far away circles that are coming up. Support pod. And we actually have a semi-decent party to boot. See, I like the Contra hallway. Because at least it gives the raid some personality. Some much needed personality. And I definitely like having personality in my raid. We're still missing one person in this one, and I'm too far from the fucking boss to cast anything, so this is thrilling. Oh, fuck. That's gonna fucking destroy. Alright, well, that fucks me. I guess that makes sense that that would work that way. You probably are getting progress on the drops. You probably just need to refresh. It also doesn't track in your drops menu, which if that's where you're looking, you wouldn't see anything there. It would be in your profile. Alright, looks like we'll kill it before we have to do the actual part where everyone always dies. Mind you that it has to be in the foremost internet tab. You cannot have any other internet tabs in front of it. And it tracks in your profile, not in your drop menu. And you have to refresh to get it to properly show it. And the stream can't be muted. Alright, that was fortunately a very quick third boss. So it's also stuff like this that makes this raid take forever. There's a lot of auto scroll parts in all the new raids. That's why Tower takes so long. There's a lot of like empty space. Like at the very least, if you're gonna do something like this, if you're gonna force me to like do something, you know. Oh wait, whoops. Like, I like this section because there's actually something happening here. I don't care for, like, long sections of nothing. Which is how I would describe all of Tower. A Tower of Paradigm's breaches, we just want you to have to walk for a really long time for no reason. Or put you through auto-scrollers. Playing the game is definitely preferable to not playing the game. Yeah, I wouldn't have one at all, Samwise, if not for the fact that Square gave me codes to give away. Love watching people take the balls to the face. Yeah, for the King Pork. See, I would not have that if not for the fact that Square gave them to me. The best part about the balls is standing literally just behind one other person and knowing full well they're not going to move. And that the entire responsibility has fallen on them and they still won't move. Don't worry, I've got the triple melee combo. Can I res? No, triple melee combo. Why would I res when I have triple melee combo, Smile? Alright, I guess you can just do that. Wow, that's really far up there. Jesus. I don't think I've ever had to run this far up. Yeah, both healers are alive, and I do more DPS, Smile. To be fair, you are correct that unless it's, like, crucial for the healers to be damaging, it wouldn't fall to me first. It would fall to the healers before it falls to me. In the case of they're essentially being nothing. Unless, of course, they both use Swift Cast, and we all know that healers love just using Swift Cast. Even with 40-second Swift Cast, which we wouldn't have at this level, to be fair. It's time for GUI 2B. Oh, hi, Aloha. It's Gooby. Ha, ha. Yeah, that's just the raid-wide one. They sure would. Is that the out or the in? It is the out. That's the in. Oh, no, that's the forward. And then when she sticks the sword in the ground is the in. There it is. The big one with the big old donut on the ground. She going that way. That's a big determining factor about how quick this raid will go, is how many people actually get hit by that. Big determining factor. So I'm a caster, so fuck you. Y'all do it. I could just knockback resist it and then just, you know. But you're out of your fucking mind if you think I'm stepping in that as a caster. Wow! They all just stood in the middle of the room and ate shit. So now I can get to rezzing. Well, I'm out of MP, so I'm done rezzing. See ya.
Chaos, chaos, chaos.
Sorry, I wasn't managing my MP like somebody who cares about this job, so you're all kind of just on your own now, alright?
_GPM just subscribed with Prime. I'm Guardian, like you know Stassi K.
What did you just say to me? Oh, alright. It was a little too far out. Right as it ended. They were a little too far out somewhere else. Galbadia, thanks for the 32 months. Oh, alright. I was going to go to that one, but I'll let them do it. Oh, I forgot to do that. Oops. It's going. Right here should be fine, I think. Yep. I remember I used to hate that particular thing. Lots changed since then. Lots changed. That's unfortunate timing. See ya! Oh, no, they live. I'll be barred. All right. Thank goodness for that. 31 minutes for that, huh? Aloha. This has nothing to do with you. All right, thanks for the roulettes. Thanks. Good roulettes. Good attempt at avoiding near. We failed, but good attempt. Alright, let me do this. And then let me do this. Everyone just uses the balance for gear recommendations. Let me do this real quick, and then I'm going to get to some fates. Good morning, nurse. 2.2 more levels, and then I never touch this again. Shadow choose. Unfortunately, there's no actual fate party here just now. I'll have to just go to like Shalani or Heritage Found and hope for the best. The real question is, where are the fate? Oh, hold on. Hey, right back at it. All right, I can head to that one. Listen, sometimes I gotta fold my legs. I gotta fold them and cross them. Man, let me tell you, I don't care how good fishing is for orange scripts. Probably won't do it. Not anything but ocean fishing, at least. That would involve fishing. And I'd like to generally avoid that, if at all possible. That's my general feeling towards it. I would like to avoid it at literally all costs. Because you don't like the... You know what? I respect that. I like fishing in some games. I just don't want to fish in this game. Lockout, thanks for the 9 months. As soon as the alert plays, thank you. I'm gonna die.
LCK0 I just subscribed for 9 months. Give me your fish raid boss in alternate timeline.
No. I'm in danger. There's a lot of turtles here. These turtles are not my friend. Corey, thanks for the 13 months.
Karai13 just subscribed.
Thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back with the multi-month. Hello, Scavenge. Hello. Yeah, but as you know, I want to avoid all fishing. I'll have to do some ocean fishing because that's how I'll end up leveling it. But that would be the extent of it. Tonight we dine on turtle soup. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Scavenge. I would,
Chaos. Chaos. Chaos.
I would just focus on you today instead.
Chaos.
Max Powers 84 just subscribed with Prime. 26 what you up?
Thank you for the 26 months, Max. If you refresh, you won't get an ad. Thank you for the 26 months and the scam train. Time to be scamming. Hey, did you guys know that users on Twitch are randomly selected to get discounts when they gift 5 or more subs? It'll say it in your gift indicator, in your gift box thing. And it'll just be like, hey, if you gift 5+ subs, we'll give you a discount. I'll be like, wow, that's incredible. And there's never a better time to do that than during a scam train. Shut up! There's never a better time to do that than during a scam train. Because then you can unlock the permanent emotes that come with a hype train and a scam train. Somebody joining Discord. How so very dare them. Do you also know that if you're subscribed to the channel, you can get a discount by subscribing for multiple months at a time. Up to 15% when you subscribe 6 months at a time. Wow. What a deal. Especially given that the price of tier 1 subs in the US went up to $5.99 and then you could bring it down to $5.09. And it's like, wow, that's like almost the same price as before, but my streamer gets paid 70 cents more. That's incredible. There's also your free money Prime subs that you may be forgetting. And if you don't spend those, then Bezos just gets to keep your money. And you don't want Bezos to keep your money. That's never good. You would never want that. You're already paying for Prime. Now you just got to remember to use it. Oh, God. Listen, whenever there's a scam train, I gotta at least try, right? I must utilize the scam train. Otherwise, how is it a scam train? It's not a Mayo train. I don't think there's any tanks, so I think I'm going to be tanking this for the hot minute. What? Why are you whying me? What did I do? Good morning, broke ass. Yeah, he laughing. He laughing, he having a good time. No, this one does not submissive moan. Not even in the slightest. My Chocobo has no points in tank stance. He's gonna do jack fucking shit. Probably still pull off of him. Oh yeah, let me put my display. There we go. What instance is this? Why do I always press caps lock? 1. No, I don't care about maxing my Chocobo. The dude's fucking useless 99% of the time. Wait. You went to 3? Okay. That's a surprise. Surprise twist. It's nice for soloing Fates. Okay, like I said, he's useless 99% of the time. He has all of his healing skills. That's about all I needed from him. And honestly, the healing UI is awful, so it like breaks half the time anyway. I can't even rely on that. Speaking of which, I should probably resummon them. Yeah, I definitely don't place much stock in the value of my Chocobo. Or lack thereof. Do I use voice meter? No, I don't even know what that is. Never heard of it. Let's do that. I'm being mean. I don't need him. Honestly, when it's 8 people, I really don't. But whatever. Also doesn't hurt to have them out. What the hell? Oh, that proc actually just wore off. I can definitely name more times that he's disappointed me and let me die than times that he's ever saved my life, to be completely honest. If I'm just being real, I can definitely name more times that he's completely let me down than times that he's been of value to me. No, he let me down. That's why he gets stuck in the pen most of the time. My Dancer was like the 2nd job that I leveled. Actually, no, Dancer was the 4th job that I leveled. And this is the like 12th job. Oh my god. Oh. Sorry, I need a little stretch. My body's feeling the last couple days. Oh no, I maxed them all. I'm making money in here. I gotta save nothing. Once Red Mage is done, the rest will feel like a cakewalk. Because the worst of it will be behind me. Look at all the Choco reaches. Honestly, most valuable thing about Chocobos, if all of you have the healer one out in a party of 8, you have 8 Choco regens. It's like an 8,000 point regen. It's basically as good as one normal one. Hello, King. Hello. Nice N7. Well, that was a mild bit overzealous. Wait, but I'm a red mage, so it's fine. Now for the Tiaitia. When in doubt, Tiaitia. Oh, shit. Are we doing... yep, alright, fuck it. I was worried the bots are going to go to the other one, but it kind of just appeared, so we'll go with that. Well, that's unfortunate. I just say it's never worth waiting for those, ever. You just, eventually, it's like not even a thing to like get to them. It's just like, oh, it's up, I guess I'll go. And then you just pick it up and it's like, you wonder why everyone spent all that trouble trying to like do it week one. Yeah, I mean, it's somewhat, it depends, because sometimes the parties are really bad about doing fates while they wait for it. At least that was my experience when I was just trying to do regular fate grinding for my Tiaitia. Is sometimes there's just groups that are just really, really fucking bad. Like, there's just like 6 people are AFK and 2 of you are trying to catch fates occasionally. I'm surprised nobody's teleporting, but you know, wait, how come they had it? I'm mad. I was like, where'd their teleport come from? I wanted one. Yeah, that shit makes it terrible. Shalani is only kind of worse than Heritage Found specifically because of that problem. Because even now there's like Snake AFK parties. AF Snake. Away for Snake. Yeah, I have the 10k Fate achievement. Alright, that person wants to run around and grab more. I guess they can. Should just be able to go and turn them in now. Just go turn them in, man. There you go. Come on. There you go. Get over here, you stupid little choka. Get the other one? What, you mean Micah? Or do you mean the other mounts? Ugh. late to the party. Woo! Hey, you're never late. That just means you have more activities planned.
Chaos.
Chaos?
Chaos.
Chaos?
Chaos.
Chaos?
Chaos.
I'm sure they are.
Just
I mean, almost all,
subscribe to
everything
Prime.
in here is based off something. Thank you, Delphos. I'm so comfy in my chair. Yeah, that tracks. I'm sure there's plenty of inspiration. They rarely just throw darts at a dartboard and say, well, fuck it, that's what we're doing. Now. Yeah, obviously I'm not cultured enough to be able to name experiences or influences. Or I could probably point to a lot of them. Yeah, a little late. Took me another 45 minutes to fall asleep after that, too. Which one are we doing? This one already has progress and only has 4 minutes. I'll be up late again tonight, too. I popped in to say hi to a few people before I went to sleep, too. Bow, 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 bow. Maiden! Listen, I didn't expect to have a mini Savage prep last night playing Chain Together. That's just how it worked out. Still went better than expected. Mildly so. No, actually we did. I just didn't pay attention to history class. I actually remember us having plenty of classes about, like, you know, the 1700s and before America colonized. I actually had a pretty decent curriculum in school that went over a lot of those eras of time. But to act like I retained that information like 15, 20 years later would be ridiculous, you know? Not like anything else in my life ever pointed me back towards that information or its uses in average everyday recognition of things. Hello, Valeria.
Chaos.
Chaos?
Chaos.
Chaos?
Chaos. Chaos. Chaos.
Chaos.
Ashante974 just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you for the 18 months. Thank you. How do you do? Hello, Asham. How do you do? I don't even have windowsills for my cats to sleep on anymore. They just like the couch too much anyway. Even if we did have a windowsill, I'm not confident they would use it. Every time I try to get them, like, something to encourage them to sleep in a new location, they just don't. They don't care. Which one? The one I'm sitting in or my other one? One I'm sitting, they're both really good, so. Holy moly, this thing is not having a good time. Listen, if there's anything that you're spending a lot of your time with or sitting on, I highly recommend investing in it. I'm in a chair a lot, so a good chair is a good time. Comfort is good. There are times that I'm glad I sit as much as I do, because I'm sure my gym trips are somewhat appreciative of the fact that I actually am only mobile for about like 6,000 to 7,000 steps a day at most on most days. Muscles are just like, oh, thank God. Because I'm still in it from the hunt earlier. I'll have to get out of it when I go to spend gemstones. I'm almost always in New Game Plus like every day, because every hunt I turn it on. Hello, Everlily. Bam, 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 bam. Shalawani. Shaloni. I love Shaloni. I love Texas. I love bologna. Maiden. No, but this one is Texas. This one is specifically Texas. Don't say taxes. That's, yeah, you have to bonk. That's the whole point of that fate, is you're bonking it until it moans. Submissive moan. Listen, we don't try to say any of the town names in Shaloni. Never ever try to say the town names in Shaloni. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Ever, ever, ever. By the way, another reason it's specifically Texas, because of how it connects to Tyrol, to the rest of Tyrol. Hildebrand's definitely gonna insult some cultures. Not on purpose, but through his own dummetry. Hildy's not. We don't take kindly to your kind around here. Your kind, Hildebrand.
Chaos. 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 Chaos.
Chaos.
Edson Damick just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you for the Prime sub, Eds. Holy moly, that's a lot of dudes. What do you mean it would be funny? We're definitely taking him to Solution 9. And don't forget, Brandy Hildy is still out there. Our boy Brandy Hildy is still around. I don't like the name Cyber Hildy. I don't even Cyborg Hildy. Hello. Hello, Edson. Thank you again. Oh, whoops. Alright, we kind of took forever to get over here. So I might go back and forth. Because this one's actually kind of beefed up. And I don't want the other one to fail. I just want to make sure somebody stayed behind to keep this one alive. And if not, I'm going to run it in circles while you guys do the other one. If I see blood bags getting beat the fuck. Okay, here we go. I got this. Don't worry. I've got it. I don't like how you know exactly what time it fails. That's too much science. That's far too much science. Ow. Either way, I've got it. Do not go to the other one. Ow. Man, when I stop, this is going to get really scary. Ow. Ow. No, I still just need my own heals. I just realized I did not have enough mana. I only had 39. See? Easy. I'm farming it because I'm rich and I want more money. I already have my Tiatya, but I could have more. And why not have more? That's the way I look at it. Why not? Why not have more? Why not me? No, we're not getting a second Tiatya. I'm selling everything. I mean, 430 million is literally richer than about 98% of the people who play this game. So in terms of percentile, I'm up there. Do you understand how fucking bad people are at making and keeping Gil in this game? Do you understand how fucking terrible most people are at earning and keeping Gil? Yeah, having 10 million Gil makes you richer than most players. I do know Ash. I've had him on State of the Realm before. He's got like 4 characters and all their retainers maxed out. But that's like saying... That's like saying... What's a good comparison? It's like saying Gordon Ramsay isn't rich because Mark Cuban has like billions of dollars. No, Gordon Ramsay's still rich. Okay, I didn't say I was the richest, though. I said I was rich. I don't know. This wasn't a competition in the first place. You made it one. Like, if Gordon Ramsay said, like, outright, like, honestly, yeah, I'm quite wealthy. And someone said, you don't have Jeff Bezos money. Be like, bitch, this isn't about Jeff Bezos. What are you... Who's trading me? I'm still rich. God damn right. Always had to one up the other guy. That's how I'm going to be rich in real life, too. I'm just going to make lots of money, little by little, and spend none of it. Just like Final Fantasy XIV. That's exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is, Sarathi. Yeah, I gotta get to that point first. See, I don't love spending Gil. I don't have much of a reason to do it. You know what I mean? I just don't. It's like in real life too. I guess I'll save some of that for tonight. Tonight, if you really want to get to know me, you're definitely going to want to tune into my date night. Because we'll probably be having some fun, not overly personal topics, but characteristic topics. Various chunks and beef. Make and sell the beef. Yeah, we got date night. Well, one of my friends, she randomly brings... What the hell is this? This is just going to take up inventory. I don't want this. Stop. I don't even want to level my gatherers at the moment. I don't even want that. It's going to take up inventory space. I'm not going to use it. I have 430 million gil. What are you handing me free tools for? I sell them. We'll sell those then, because I'm not gonna use them for literally months on end, and I don't want them taking up space. I'll probably end up buying them by the time like I actually need them. You don't understand. I think I still have a level 70 tool for some of my crafters. Like, I shit you not, I swear my tools are still level 70 because I don't craft. I just turn leave quest items in. Like, you don't understand how little my idea of having decent crafting and gathering stuff ever matters. Gathering, actually, I tend to grab like a basic set, but even then I don't really give a shit because I just gather maps with it. I'm just saying, treat yourself and sell them for more money and don't give them to me for free. By the way, advice number 2 on making Gil. Have everyone just give you free stuff. Works for me. It's crazy how much when you have Gil... I mean, to be fair... I think you can all see this. The more money you have, the more people want to give you money. Like, you've seen some of the biggest streamers be like, oh, I'm gonna do something for like 10,000 subs. And it's like, that person doesn't need 10,000 subs, but they're gonna get 10,000 subs. People are like, hell yeah. Multi-millionaires saying they're gonna do something at 10,000 subs. Let's go. I'm gifting 100 right now. Yeah, gotcha whalers, be like, pay for me. To be fair, I don't whale, but I do say I will pull if you pay me to do it. You know what I mean? Like, I have no qualms with throwing money at a gotcha if I really want to, but I also feel no desire to. That's why I can so freely do it, because I don't actually care whether or not I do it. Like, I'm like, yeah, I'll write it off if I do it, but I don't really want to. And that's just kind of the end of it. Know what I mean? I'll drop $1,000 on a game if I really want to. And I won't tell anyone else they can't. I just won't openly encourage it. But that's the only reason I'm doing it, is because I can write it off on my taxes. And I tell everyone that so they don't think that it's anything other than a business decision. They're like, that's reckless. I'll be like, yes, but also the government. But have you considered the government? Alright, take care, nurse. I very much like to tell people how I spend my money. Mostly because I talk about how I'm spending it responsibly on something. People be like gifting me subs or like tipping, or I'll be like, well, this is exactly what I'm doing with it. Although for right now, it's largely, now that I'm debt free, it's literally trying to figure out how I want how I want to invest my income going forward. First, I got to put, I think a SEP IRA, you put like 25% of your income, or you can put up to, I think you can write off up to 25% of your income in a SEP IRA. Like, I think you can put more in up to the cap of, I think the SEP IRA cap is 69,000 right now. But I think you can only write off up to 25% of, I forget if it's gross or net. It's been a while since I've looked. So I'll probably throw a bunch into my SEP IRA for the rest of the year. But I actually want, like, high yield savings and stuff more than anything else. I think I saw like a 4.4% high yield savings account. But I had to put like a ridiculous amount in to get it. I was like, well, I don't know. I don't have that kind of money laying around. Not yet. But that's what I like to talk about. I like to talk about fiscal responsibility. Yeah, it costs a lot to move, and moving not a great idea. Also, you have to remember that I write off all of my costs where I live. My entire livelihood is one giant tax deduction. Also, I would never want to live in the fucking Midwest. You couldn't pay me to live in the Midwest. I have to live somewhere near an ocean or a body of water, or I will fucking be miserable. That is just how it will be. So no matter what, I'm always going to live someplace at least mildly expensive. Because anything that is located near a port or an ocean of some kind is likely to be an expensive living location. Doesn't have to be San Francisco expensive, but it's likely to be expensive. Especially because odds are you're near a pretty major city. You couldn't pay me to live in Chicago. The ice alone, the ice and the snow alone, I would never ever want to live on fucking want to live in. No. No. The snow and the ice alone would convince me from ever wanting to live in Chicago. No. I can't have like 4 or 5 months out of the year where I have to worry about if Prague is going to be interrupted by a goddamn snowstorm. But I'm thinking like Seattle, San Francisco, LA, San Diego, even down in Texas, down near the southern end, the southeast end of Texas. I'm down for winter. You will be down for winter when all of your fucking power lines are frozen. No, I would never want to live in Hawaii. Hawaii, here's the thing. I guess technically living in Hawaii kind of helps versus being a tourist there, but man, they just get fucked 6 ways to Sunday by tourists. Hawaii's expensive as well, which is part of the problem why there's such a big homeless problem in Hawaii in the first place. Hawaii's tourist culture has fucked its local cultures like horribly. Yeah, Hawaiians just want to fucking go back to living their lives, man. I'd sooner just inject money into Hawaii and not take the land and give the property, like, raised value than ever actually live there. No, it's really fucking bad. Hawaii literally doesn't even have, like, its local cultures anymore. Like, it's literally all of the tourism has killed anyone who actually, like, lives there, born, raised there. Like, it has destroyed their native ability to live there. And you know how some people, when they're homeless, they might, like, get enough money to get on a train and maybe go to a different state? No, they live in the middle of the fucking ocean. And not a cheap flight either. No, I have friends who went to the Philippines to like get their nursing licenses and whatnot. Like they went to school to become a nurse. And they told me, bro, just come with $1,000 and you will get laid every night. And I was like, you don't usually say $1,000 and get laid every night and don't mean prostitution. So can you please explain that to me? It's like, you'll just look like a king. It'll just happen naturally. And I was like, and that's the only reason you want me to come to the Philippines. He's like, well, yeah. I was like, aren't you there for school? He's like, school and getting laid. Yeah. That's like half the point of school. And I'm like, damn, I thought the $50,000 I was paying for my education was probably more the point. I was getting laid in high school and that was free. Why am I paying $50,000 to do it now? It's only, is that baked into my tuition somewhere? Where's that on my bill? Pretty sure I've got that taken care of. I'm gonna stay over here and not go to the Philippines for that. I think I'm good. Other fees. He found his wife there. I don't know what that says, but he found his wife there. Don't know how he found her. Not gonna ask. Sometimes less information's more information. How did he lose her? I get it. The very small fine print. Sometimes you really don't want to know. I mean, I've dated like three Filipinos. One of them for 3 years. So I'm well aware of a lot of stuff. There's actually a really big Filipino community where I grew up. Every time I make that joke about when I go to Filipino parties, they always tell me to eat everything, but they tell their own children not to eat or they'll get fat. Yeah, I have a lot of years of witnessing that. Come, Michael, eat, eat. Their own child walks up to get food. No, stop, you're gonna get fat. Like, that's my girlfriend you're talking to. Well, she's my daughter, so I'll call her fat if I want to. I can imagine them saying that, to be completely fair. Oh, damn it. They were always so fascinated with my whiteness. They were like, look, a white guy who actually likes food. I remember the first few like parties going to, like Filipino parties, them unironically being like, oh, and we have burgers and hot dogs over there. And I'm just like, y'all think I'm a bitch. I eat all the foods. I am not shy for any food. At least once. Submissive moan. Sorry, the boss was submissively moaning. I just like experiences, man. I'm all about experiences. I don't care for material things. I care for experiences. Yeah, dude, that reminds me of a Vietnamese place. I think it was Vietnamese. I went to a Vietnamese place in San Diego. And they were like, how spicy do you want? And I was like, what's the scale? And they were like, 1 to 10. And I said, give me an 8. And they said, okay, so a 5. I was like, what the? No, they weren't right. I wanted the 8. I mean, it was still good. It could have been an 8. They took one look at me and were like, this man looks like he hasn't seen the sun in ages. And I'm like, true, but that doesn't mean I don't like spicy foods. Come on now. Oh. Listen, I like to at least find out if my decision was the wrong one. But I want to find out my way. My way. My God, I still have 1.25 levels left on this job. I wish 98 to 100 wasn't so slow for fading. Bobatino! Yeah, us Italians, we just like stuff. We just like eating foods with family. Listen, the good news is I'm making money while leveling it. Just always look for the silver lining. No, it's here to get me my Outrunner mount because it's one of the jobs I needed 100. That's what it's here for. No, that's also as a whole. They're the same thing. Guys, we still need to actually finish the fate. It's the over-under on everyone leaving and needing to come back. Shawanege Springs. I mean, I guess I'll take the hint. They gave me a shield and they're like, go. No, the Sage wanted me to tank. They gave me a shield. They're like, let's do this. Oh, Grand Impact. Listen, they want me to tank, but they don't want me to be that safe. I'm not gonna lie, when I leveled Sage, I just didn't give a shit about Cardia. It was not worth trying to even remember it existed. Because you have to redo it every single time you come back into an instance. It's like Dance Partner. It's just like, and the Fates, I can be asked to care. And back we go. We've still got a whole minute to get back. I still can't believe. Now I'm cursed with the knowledge of how long it takes for that to fail. Now I can't unknow it. Yeah, why do you think I didn't pay for it? Oh my god, that one blood. I mean, one of the blood bags was gone entirely, but one of them was just on the cusp of death. There's a maiden. Listen, all I care is that everyone's willing to pay a lot of money for this mount, and now I'm going to make my money off of it. Now that I have it, now I make my money off of it. Nothing else really needs to matter. No, save the bag. Save the bag. Play Store, leave me alone. The Game of Thrones Legends RPG is here. Thank you, Play Store, for the alert. Appreciate that one a lot. I actually don't think you can heal those. Well, I'm sorry. I know you can't use certain heals on them because I actually tried to heal those blood bags. And I got a no effect pop up. No, Striker, no. Don't let it die. Don't let it be dead. Well, yeah, I know, but I'm saying not all of them can be. See? Vercure has no effect. That's what I'm talking about. It's like, I'm pretty sure I tried that one time and found out that it says no effect. NPCs, sure, but not always objects. Ah, just let me cast! I'm using this. Don't worry, I'll catch them back up in no time. I'm always crying in Red Mage. Until this job is leveled, that's my only existence. I'm gonna catch my other mana up. There we go. And take me away over here. Yes, about a little bit less than 2 hours. We do have State of the Realm today. Don't forget. It's going to be a little bit more raid talk today. I mean, we always do like 2 or 3 shows on raids in a row. That is our usual MO after all. No, well, I mean, yeah, a little bit, but it's more like expectation. It's prep, expectation for Savage, for Ultimate a little bit. The old Savage preview show. Sort of. Because obviously we touched upon that last week with Whoops. We're going to be talking more specifically about history of raid prep and hopes for Dawn Trail raids. We'll also talk a little bit about Ultimate Criterion. We'll be talking a little more generally about stuff. Bad with VR. I mean, some people have made it work. And by work, I mean functional, not good. I think a neighbor is cooking something. I smell something. I don't know what it is, though. Ah. Pizza in the oven. Pizza! All right. Are you my neighbor? No, it doesn't smell like barbecue. I live in California. Nothing ever really smells as good as barbecue. Well, at least I looked cool. Kind of moving a little away from that black mage. It's not about hating Namazu. It's about accepting that they'd be better as dinner. catfish is so good. Yeah, they were trying to avoid becoming dinner because they're so delicious. Listen, some of us are just born tasting good. I'm sorry. Hello, Al Nicole. Yeah, I can't help if some of us just taste good. It is what it is, and I won't apologize. Food. Namazu food. Don't eat Lalafels. Ah, I'm sure they taste. Listen, with a little Ronique and Lalafell stew. No? Get it? A little stew. Like I said, some of us just taste good. Obviously, I met Lalafels. I'm a Lalafell. Excuse me? Oh, I don't even know what mount I was just riding, so I have no idea. Just one more level. Oh, I don't know. I'm never paying attention. I'm not even looking at the screen 99% of the time I play jobs I don't like. Hell, sometimes even when I'm playing jobs I do like. But especially not Red Mage. Listen, leveling Red Mage is just a formality for me. It has to be done, so it's done. And it'll be done in one more level. Favorite jobs? Just give me Monk. Give me Monk all day. Give me Monk all day, every day. I'm gonna have to spend my gemstones soon. Every day. Play monk every day. That's because Black Mage is faster. That's because Black Mage is unironically faster. It's the unironically faster and more mobile mage. And that's even right now where it could probably use a bit of help in one department. Red Mage up until... I mean, even now, it's still probably the least mobile of the... It's way better with acceleration and grand impact. But outside of your melee combo, holy mother of fuck. It is such a poor mobility job. Ugh. It's funny how Red Mage in all of like Shadowbringers and Endwalker was the least mobile of the jobs of the casters. It's a little worse now because the hitboxes are smaller again. So what in Endwalker, at the very least, their melee combo often let them move the whole arena. Now they can't do that again. Don't worry, me neither, Sean. Like I said, a formality. It is when the boss hitbox is the size of the whole arena. Like I said, a little less now. Maiden. Maiden these nuts. Anyway. I am on Garugamesh. I love me some Garugamesh. The pizza. Oh, you just reminded me. Tomorrow I'll eat it, but I have a free pizza from Domino's, courtesy of YouTube. They emailed me like, hey, we're treating you to something as a YouTube creator. Have a free pizza. And I'm like, what? Okay. Yeah, I'll take a free Domino's pizza as long as it's not Pizza Hut. I'm willing. Saying I'm willing reminds me of something I saw the other day. Y'all said, y'all talk about would for all these characters, but y'all never talk about could. Basically saying everyone's like, oh yeah, no, they're bonable, not factoring in the fact that you would not be even remotely on that person or character's radar. You are a peasant. You are a peon to them. So wood is irrelevant. You matter not. I mean, that's in, I'm talking about in all media, by the way, when people say would. Not specifically Final Fantasy. Hi, Ivy. I mean, if I'm gonna get fast food pizza. If I'm gonna get fast food pizza, might as well be Domino's. It's the better of the choices. Alright, just wanted to make sure nobody went down there to activate the other one. Since it just spawned, we don't really need to do that. There is no best job to advance the story. Just play whatever you want. For some reason, Flo, I forgot you were talking about Domino's. And I was like, what? Is it like a ZD, so it has that hole in it? You know what? Never mind. Sometimes the questions are better left unanswered. Take me away. Please take me faster. Give me a forlorn, please. A full-blown forlorn. Where'd Ivy go? Ivy was just here at my feet a second ago. She probably went into the bedroom. But she didn't go to hang out with Aloha. I don't care about Snake Fate. I need the EXP, not the gems. I need speed. Well, they said they have Endwalker and Dawn Trail, but I mean, there's still no best job to do the story on. Why do I have a feeling this is not going to complete? Alright, it did. We're out. Rowdy 5,000, my friend. Day one, people are usually okay with you just being in a mix of 700 and 710. However, within the first week, that's going to turn. And people are going to be like, you better be full crafted. It's just day one, it costs a lot of gil to do that. So people are a little more understanding. It also depends on which fight you're on. The first, like, if you're, as soon as you get to the third fight, no matter like when it is, it's fully expected that you have crafted. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it at that point. I don't think Ornate is ever worth its cost, in all honesty. I can never justify the cost of Ornate. It's literally a rarity thing. More than anything else. Yeah, one that's set for a job. Oh, that's not good. Is that my internet? Or is that the game? That's my internet. Okay. Sorry, I had a hiccup. My bad. I think it's back now. Small hiccup. Sorry. Small hiccup. Hiccupy. Hopefully it stays just small hiccupy. Some of you might not have even noticed. Dude, even on tanks and healers, I would never suggest that it's 20 million gil worth. It's all good. Yeah, but some people just blame themselves for that. And they don't blame the streamer. AKA, alright, you've been lagging for the past 2 hours, but nobody said anything. I would like a refund. Refundees. Holy shit, this fate what the oh wait, that's right, we changed instance. I completely forgot that we actually changed instance. I was like, what the fuck, where all these fates come from? Oh, these what? These fates that I'm doing to get gemstones, which speaking of, these gems points at testicles. Haha, you thought I was gonna say nuts. Fucking New Game Plus every time. Haha, got him anyway. How are my nuts? 1,600 nuts? There we go. Probably not going to make it to that, so I should probably just activate this. Yeah. Oh, give me stretch. Spawn! Oh, there's one in the fucking bushes. Come on, I got 18 million EXP to go. Down. Well, that was weird. It's like my whole internet going off, too. It's not even just the game. Well, I'm sorry. It's not even just OBS. Like, I got disconnected from the game for a brief moment there. Hopefully that doesn't continue for much longer. This is about to be a very obnoxious... You know, I'm going to turn off streaming to X for the time being for that reason. No, I'm back now. Refresh. I don't know that it's actually resending to Twitch. I think it went back to YouTube instantly, but I don't think it went back. Actually, I don't even know that YouTube fully disconnected. No, it's back. Okay. Yeah, it just like went down for like an instant. God damn it. And then it puts me in a... That's the worst part while you're fate grinding too. Hopefully that doesn't keep happening. I don't remember what instance we were in. 3? Alright. I'm gonna do this. Since it seems some people can't reconnect to it. God, why? Hello? Reconnect to Twitch. Oh, it was working again. Everyone was making it seem like it wasn't working. Okay, there we go. Yeah, everyone was making it seem like it didn't come back up, so I reset it myself. Oh. Yeah, hopefully that's not a persisting problem, given it happened twice in 10 minutes. Although the first time, it didn't actually disconnect me. Fingers crossed. Don't want to have that happen on State of the Realm and Date Day. I got shit to do later. Hello, Adam. Oh, hello, Arctic. No, you didn't lose me. I'm still here. Other one in between? Well, you can't do them in between. If it's nope, can't do that anymore. It is the closest one. Hopefully that doesn't persist as a problem. Hopefully that's a very momentary, a double. It happened twice, but hopefully it's still very momentary. I'll definitely record locally record State of the Realm today, just in case. Just to play it safe. Even though I would also disconnect from the call, I would probably reconnect to the call immediately anyway. This is a what the fuck? This is a defense mission. You can't leave it once you activate it. You gotta commit. Well, I guess I'm just gonna miss that one. Take care. Thanks for coming by, Edson. Yeah, as soon as a defense mission is active, I mean, I'm just going to go. See if I can get credit on the other one. I'm going to just try to get some credit. I can't get 6. There's literally no shot. You're welcome for me keeping that one around. There's one other guy there, to be fair. Oh, yeah, there's no way. I can get maybe 1, and that's if I don't aggro these sprites. Maybe I can get 2. I think 2 is enough for silver. Alright, and then I can keep these safe from the snakes. Nope, still enough for silver. You have a good one, Nave. I also hope I won't vanish again. That would be ideal to not vanish. I would definitely like to keep myself from vanishing, please. Especially right now, because if it happens right the second, I'm fucking dead. Holy shit, I just dodged like 6 wild rattles. Looks like I may have lucked out of surviving that, even if I had disconnected again. Yeah, I got shit to do today. Can't have no internet problems. Let's see. I'm just checking something. Let me out! Anything else? No. Alright, now off to instance 1. That's gonna get in the way of my leveling so much. That one fate that I missed. Unforgivable. Where are we going? Bro, I get... Dude, the spam is out of control. I went through a period of time where it was like I wasn't being spammed in any way. By anything. And it's not even just political ones now. It's just general spam is like really bad this summer. Never had it be so bad. I just want to exist in peace. Quiet. Quietly. Why can I not just exist in peace? I think so, actually, funnily enough. Honestly, it's been so long, I genuinely don't remember. Oh, did we actually... We just spawned Snake in 3. We did just leave 3, so it makes sense. Hey, look, spam detected. Yeah, my service was set up like, I don't even know how many years ago. Alright, I guess I'll go do Snake. Well, that makes sense. You know what's funny? I always say, everyone's always talking about like not using certain things to like avoid their information getting out. And I'm just like, listen, I'm not saying that's not a fine decision to try to keep your information safer. But I am telling you that it's fucking pointless because everything about you is on the internet already. Well, they didn't. That's just how those fates are scaling when they upscale. And there's a lot of people doing fate, so there's a lot more mobs because they're all upscaled. Like, I'm not going to sit here and offer my information up, but, you know, I am also not going to throw a hissy fit about anything because I guarantee you it's all fucked anyway. People be like, I don't want to play League because Tencent owns them, and they'll have my information. Like, bitch, Tencent has about 1 billion ways that you don't know about to have your information. They haven't, all right? They own something you don't even know about.
Just subscribed. Snack.
Snack. Thanks for the 56 months. Thank you, Avatar. Snack. Appreciate the 56 months. Hey, we love resubs. We love multi-subs. That's in. That's out. Yeah, this isn't really helping, though. Oh, that's a wave. That's a bigger out than I remember it being. Am I dead? Ah, propagation. Let's go. Oh, there's actually a giant safe spot right here. It never passes through here. You can just chill. This is also another giant safe spot? Oh, wow, it is, yeah. Literally 2 in a row in the same spot. Let's go. To be fair, I feel like that's a lot of games, not just those ones, Avatar. Just a matter of whether or not you're willing to admit it. No! He's gone! Whoa! Wasn't the play for them. Time for everyone else to run around while I just do this. I love watching everyone else run around for this. Sorry, can't res. Melee combo. Now I'll start resing. Oh, whoops. I'll just sit here and wait. And y'all solve that. What the? There. I did my job. Hi, Aloha. Still, oh, Ivy's sleeping in the tower. There's a tower off to the side that you can't see. That's where she'd be sweeping. I see her in there occasionally, but she's kind of out of sight. I can only see her tail kind of lurching over. This is why I don't like doing Snake, because people just leave after Snake. Even though Snake's not the end, we were just part of a regular party. People always leave after Snake. And we gotta replace people, and we gotta start all over. The flow is all messed up. And in that time, I could have had so much more XP. I just like to keep the flow going. Don't worry, I've got you and me. Well, at least my internet's not fucking about anymore. Yet. Let's hope it stays that way. Holy shit, this fate is so... Well, actually, there's just not a lot of people here. And we're all DPS and desperately trying to survive, which probably doesn't help. What? Why do people keep coming in? Oh, did they realize Snake's dead? Maybe that's why. Hello, Mr. One. Hello. Welcome into me just staring at my OBS and hoping it stays green due to unexplained disconnect. We should go to Jaw. No, the parties keep cycling out. I'm back. I mean, I was back like 20 minutes ago, but yeah. I was only gone for like a minute. But I am indeed back. G Comcast. Stop. Stop. Don't bring up the Comcast. It's too painful, my existence. I wish to acknowledge little about its existence. Damn, yeah, I really don't think I'm gonna get this level in time. I could always just grab it real quick off stream. Actually, with the Endwalker tribes, I could just grab another quick little tiny bit, and that would do the trick. Yeah, I have a grand total of one choice, and it's Comcast. Well, a lot of places don't have Time Warner. But no, when I say I have one choice, I mean I have one choice. Grand total of uno. I'll be glad they showed up in your area at all. They ain't gonna be showing up in mine. So I'll be jealous. Actually, I'll be happy, because that's my name. No, I am Mr. Happy. Aloha, shush. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Aloha, I'm going to be taking you for a teeth cleaning next month. Wow, wow, wow. My good old buddy, old pal. I actually kind of wanted to see if I could take him this week, but my week just filled up way too quick. Probably just going to take him, like, week after Savage. I gotta call them up and set an appointment. Because this motherfucker has to be knocked out, so I have to go get him drugs. Yeah, mine makes us, we have to have Comcast. It's so fun. So very fun. Beep, beep, grandma's here. Stop. Stop it. You stop that right now. No, like Aloha, literally, if they try to just inject him with like a tranquilizer, he needs, like, he ends up fighting it to the point where it would be deadly for them to give him more. So he has to be, I have to give him like something to calm his nerves so he can go to the vet, and then he needs to be knocked out to get his teeth cleaned. What's the thing that you spray in a cat's mouth to like help them with anxiety? You just like with not even a needle, just like a plunger. You just grab them like this and you just to make them like drink it, so that it's supposed to, I forget what it is, but it's supposed to be for their anxiety. You're not Grandma Gert. See, Gogurt, you can go on the dating shows. I'll stick to just dates on my stream. I prefer one-on-ones anyway. Yeah, Ivy is so scared when she goes out, she just cooperates. She's just like, I don't know where the fuck I am. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm just gonna chill and hopefully everything resolves itself. And so she's really easy at the vet. I could probably just take her and they wouldn't even need to knock her out to like brush her teeth. All right, well, I still need 4 more. Three. And 4. Yeah, so like Ivy's teeth cleaning, I'm going to do separate from Aloha's. I'm not going to do them both because I don't need 2 drugged up cats. I can't remember the last time I saw Ivy drugged up either. It's literally like just Aloha. Because Ivy just cooperates, so she never needs to be drugged. No, my cats aren't good with catnip. Aloha doesn't give a shit, and Ivy doesn't react to it. Like, Ivy is, like, excited to get involved, but doesn't, like, wig out or calm down or anything. And now, I need to finish this one quick for the same reason, and I need 4 again! I'm, like, just barely behind the curve here. Yeah, tonight's gonna be interesting. Tonight's idea is all Kiko's doing. She's the one who told me I should have cute girls on when I said I don't want everyone thinking I just do that, and she's like, you should just do it. I was like, all right, let's do it then. Yeah, I have whiskey. She's not gonna be drinking much though. She's a lightweight. I'm gonna make sure she doesn't. Your friends are your friends. Yeah, but I don't know. For me, it's just like, I don't get into any conversation. Like, I can acknowledge that I think someone's like attractive. I have no qualms with that whatsoever. But imagine just bringing on all of my, like, bringing on all my female friends just one by one and being like, and this is cute girl number 1 and cute girl number 2. Because that's effectively how chat interprets it, more so than anything. Just, yeah, Happy's Angels. My own dating show. Yeah, chat, it's chat that I'm worried about, not anything else. I don't mind at all just hopping on stream with a few friends every once in a while at night. Just to chat. And that's all it's really going to be tonight. Gogurt, if you want to do one, I promise we don't need to talk about the dating show thing. That Gogurt, so Kiko, who's on tonight, she got asked to do the same thing. She turned it down. Literally the exact same thing. No, but it was funny. So apparently there's like a few actual dating shows like on Twitch. I don't know how serious they're actually supposed to be. Like, I don't know if anyone is actually going on those things and thinking it works out the way that it does, or if it's like strictly a content play. You know what I mean? Like, I just have no idea how like it's intended to work. 'Cause that's just like not a good idea. Like to like actually like make it something happen, it's not a good idea. Do you want I know that we're all like terminally online nowadays, especially those of us in Twitch, but I can tell you, you do not know if you actually match with somebody like talking to them on a call over the internet. You don't know it. It's not a solid indication of anything at all. No, there's gotta be. There's gotta be somebody who's going on there who's just like, yeah, now's the time. No, what I'm saying, Cat Card, is you don't know. It can happen, but the moment you go from being far away from someone to being actually physically with them, the vibe completely changes. It is not the same vibe. Like, it can work, it can happen, but you don't know. Like, you can take a first step like that and be like, oh, I like spending time with this person, great, we should meet up, and then you see if you vibe in person. That's a perfectly reasonable. I think to create the expectation that it's automatically going to be good, that's toxic. You should go in like with your best foot forward. To be fair, your best foot forward should be forward pretty much your entire life. But until that happens, It's literally just a matter of, well, I gotta know, right? There you go, see? For all you know, the moment you start staying with them, you just figure out all the disgusting shit they do that's just, like, unattractive to you. You're like, wow, this guy's really nice. Oh, but he picks his ass when he's sitting still. The yacht stream. So it's funny. Gogurt. So, what if I did something that's like tonight, but I just put a yacht in the back? But that, I'm just making an example of it. Like, for all you know, they could have, like, a ton of habits that are, like, really physically disgusting in person. Like, they could just, like, pick at their body in ways that makes you, like, really uncomfortable. Like, they could be picking their nose and, like, reaching down their pants and, like, just like, unabashedly. And, like, that could be something you're not, like, down with, that level of comfort. Can I please? Yeah, just the yacht. Do I have to dress in yacht clothes? T-Pain. That's to be fair, they're on a boat. It is a yacht. It is a yacht trip, but they're not, the song's not I'm on a yacht. It's I'm on a boat. Yeah, exactly. See? You just don't know. That's so I go into like anything that would like seem like a prospective relationship. I just go in with no expectations. And I don't go into any discussion thinking about the prospect of a relationship. Will probably come up tonight in all reality. I have a feeling stuff like that'll come up tonight. I just treat people like people, and I'm just taking life as it goes. If something happens, something happens. My entire, like, high school and, like, college, early college life was literally all me trying to make things happen, and I don't think I ever did myself any good favors doing that. So I just take life day by day at this point. Set the bar on the floor. What do you mean, set what bar on the floor? Gogurt, I know you like your booze, but the bar doesn't have to be on the floor. You can have a stool or something. Yeah, but what bar of that's the thing. I guess I don't know what expectation. Mm-hmm. I will say that to some degree, I kind of, if I'm given expectation though, I don't like it being flip-flopped a lot. Like if somebody's like openly expressing it and then they 180, that's tough. That's bad. I don't have a good reaction to that. Because I'm normally just like, I'm going with the flow. I'm like, oh, this person, you know, is expressing this interest, you know, and I want to I like to take chances. I like to just see where things go. And then it just flips after I'm already like in it, and it's like, oh, like out of nowhere. And sometimes there's good reasons for it sometimes you make decisions that are like really like they're very impulsive. You're kind of taking a chance. It's not really something you expect. And then you kind of back up for a second. You realize, whoa, hold on. Might have done that. Maybe I should have not gone so strong with that one. And that's where thing number 2 comes in, and that's communication. If that does happen, and it's properly communicated, it's actually not that bad. Yeah, the no spark comment. I'd rather there be... See, I'm very much a I don't want to play games kind of person. If I'm thinking something about a person, I'm just going to tell them, right? I'm not going to wait for somebody else to make a move. I'm just going to be like, all right, well, I was thinking this. And I would hope somebody does the same. Exactly. I play video games every day. I don't need to do it otherwise. And I guess I appreciate that same approach back. Like, I'm not good at reading people signs. I'm just not good at it. And so I very much like to be told, you know, directly, like, hey, like, I can pick things up to some capacity, but I'm not good enough at it. Not a strong suit. And there's nothing worse than, like, having a discussion with someone and just being like this the whole time. Like, internally. Sitting there with the crown of contemplation. Color, carrot, and clarity. Well, I'm colorblind, so I can't even be all three. I'm fucked already. Consistency, maybe? Yeah, I'm gonna go get the second part of that. I'm gonna go get this before I come back for the second part. Yeah, I just like to do a lot of conversations. Until I have sat down with someone and... Another big thing is, because of the space I operate in terms of, like... Let me be very honest about something. As much as I deliberately don't try to involve myself in Twitch in that capacity, there's a very high likelihood that I will date someone that I meet through this platform. It's kind of like when it's the thing you do all the time, it's just the most likely thing. Like, it will be somebody I meet. Not like... It's just the most likely thing. There's just no avoiding it. I'm here all the time. The circles I'm in are in the creator space. It's like, through some form of creator space, I will very likely meet someone, right? If anyone at all. But it's like... I very much approach every single conversation as far away from that intention as possible, because there are people who go and they look in the, like, here's the thing, I'm not looking in the space. There are people who go and look, and that's not good. That's not a good thing to deliberately go looking. You've heard it said many times before, Twitch is not a dating service. The Haps Bachelor show. Just because you are most likely to find someone in the space where you spend a lot of time does not mean you should go actively looking. You're not trying to go fishing here. There are dudes in PF that act that way. God, I hate that sentence. There are dudes in PF. Fuck. God, the Haps Bachelor show. I'm not Bachelor material. I don't like... If I had two people that both had some interest, I would find a way to resolve that as quickly as possible. Like, if they had interest in me. Because I would not want a line of potential interests. I don't like that. I very much am once I've had the discussion, I'm zoned in. Like, that's it. Like, once it's been made clear, I'm zoned in. I'm not like, I don't like prospects. I don't want to be I wouldn't want to be a prospect. I don't like the idea of having prospects. So being a bachelor would probably never work for me. Because that's like kind of the big thing when you're like a certified bachelor, you're kind of shopping around a little bit, you know? That's kind of the bachelor image is someone who's shopping around. I'm not trying to shop around. I'm not trying to do anything. What's the haps? My personal life is me working 90% of the time unless friends ask to do things. Or I'm too busy to do anything. No, yeah, being a bachelor and what people consider a bachelor are two very different things. And that you're correct. But when, like, people think of the bachelor lifestyle, that is a big thing that comes into consideration. I go to a specific store. I don't know if that sounds any better. I don't, Except that Bruce Wayne and this equation's made up by the audience. No, swinger is no. A swinger is somebody who, that's more like an agreement. That's very different than a bachelor. A swinger is more like a deliberately open relationship sexually. Like, if you and your wife can be swingers, you and your SO can be swingers, and you're married and you love each other, but you just go boning other people. Yeah, I know they said the lifestyle, but that still doesn't work. Because a swinger has a very set definition. Yeah, it's like closer to something that's like polyamorous. I don't know that I could ever do polyamorous. I think a lot of guys think they could. It sounds good on paper, especially when you're young. You're like, oh, that sounds great. It's like, yeah, okay. How are you just gonna do that? You're just gonna work your way into that? That's a lot of, I was gonna say, that's not just like a 1-2 done kind of thing. You gotta like really commit to it. And you can, and also be clear, you are likely never to be okay with your partner being the only person who's into polyamory. Just Hollywood's poly. Yeah, like I just don't imagine it. I'm very much a committed to one person kind of person. I don't even like the idea of shopping around coming in, because it kind of falls into that same thing. Yeah, doing it, that's the thing, is doing it healthily. Do you know how tough it is to be in a healthy polyamorous relationship? You can try to be in one, just in general. Will it be a healthy one? Questionable. Yeah, no. I don't think I would have been able to do it. Yeah, no, it never does out in Echo. Listen, I was already taken aback by being invited to just a sex club in general. Imagine a whole relationship that's polyamorous. That would have been one night. And I was taken aback by that. Yeah, one of my exes, when she found out I was single, she texted me. She didn't DM me. She texted me because she still has my number, and she was like, hey, what are you doing? Hey, a long time no speak. How you been? I respond back. Hey, I'm doing all right. How have you been? And she's like, I've been doing good. What you been up to lately? And then I tell her, and I'm like, what about you? And she's like, yeah, I went whitewater rafting, and I was doing this, and I just joined this sex club that that's nearby, and that seems kind of fun. And then also, and then like, I'm like, wait. You can't just sandwich that between, because you clearly came to me with like, I'm onto your game. You didn't bring that up to me, just casually. You texted me out of nowhere after finding out I was single, and you put that like smack dab in the middle of the what I've been up to, you know, biography that I'm getting right now. Yada yada yada. Yeah, you gotta hit him with the fucking Seinfeld. Yada yada yada. You don't yada 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 sex club. Yeah, no, I didn't go. I learned a lot about the club, but I wasn't flying 2,500 miles to do it. Not to mention that never came up in conversation with them again. So I don't know if they were drinking or something. They came to me with that, but I was single for like a month and a half at that point, too. I was still trying to, like, get myself in financial straits between my mother and my recent move. I wasn't, listen, the prospect is interesting. I'll give her that. But I wasn't about to full-on commit to that trip. If they provided you with a ticket, would you? Now that, I'd actually be more afraid, I think. At that point, if somebody's willing to pay for me to go 2,500 miles to go to a sex club, I think they want to harvest my kidney, and that's all it covered. I think they'll make their money back. I think I'm an investment at that point. Charlie. No, I don't want it. That'll be interesting if that topic comes up tonight. That'll be fun. I'm a pretty open book. I always tell people you could, I mean, I'm not going to answer almost anything here, but in a private conversation, there's very few questions I don't think in fact, I don't think there's a single question I wouldn't answer. But the thing is, if you say that to somebody, they're not going to just think of a hard question. Like, what's a hard question in that context? You know how many life experiences are so specific that you would never be able to ask to find out about them? They have to come up in conversation. Good morning to you, fish. Hello. Okay, so I know how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop, and if you're just talking about making contact with the chocolate, it's about 460. Give or take, plus or minus 10. And the ferocity of your licks. And you might be wondering how I know that. Well, when I was young, my parents bought me a Tootsie Pop lick counter. You would stick your Tootsie Pop in, and it would, every time you licked, it would count it. Now, obviously, how much saliva you got going on there? Like, are your licks consistent? Probably for the case of this not. But I got, on just the one side, I got to about 460. Yeah, Google it. Tootsie Pop lick counter. Licka. Licka. You just, all it's doing is it's taking the flat side. This is from your average licking angle, which is putting the flat side on your tongue. Not the halo ring side. People are bored. I was fucking 4.5 years old. Of course I was bored. I had to go to my sister's softball games, and I didn't fucking know anyone there. Of course I counted. I didn't like sports. And my Game Boy batteries were dead. I wasn't old enough for a Game Boy Advance yet. That wasn't out yet. Sometimes you just gotta accept fate as it is. All right? No, I have way too vivid of a memory. When, like, especially from my youth, I hate it. Let me tell you, having good memory is a blessing and a curse. Blessing and a curse. The little, oh, I had the light attachment. I had the shitty one, though, that didn't really help because it's not backlit. So it doesn't actually help at all. It just makes it hard to see, but it's bright. See, here's the thing. When you have really good memory, you tend to remember weird little details like that to share. You know what you also remember? Every fucking embarrassing thing that's happened to you in your life. And sometimes you're just sitting there, not thinking of anything, and an intrusive thought about some shit you did 20 years ago that doesn't matter to anyone or anything pops up, and you're just like, God, I'm so cringe. Happens when you're like, it's like you were 7 and like someone pulled your pants down and like so I didn't have my pants pulled down in gym class. I had something worse happen, but I wasn't embarrassed because what do I have to be embarrassed about? When I was in high school, I had gym pants that zipped up on the side like party boy pants, and I wore them to a game. We were playing a flag football. And they did not just grab the flag. They grabbed my entire pants and ripped them right off. I'm like, nope, that's on me. That one's on me. That's what I get for wearing. I don't know why my parents bought me those. I guess it's New Jersey. Is it really that much of a surprise? But still. Did I have a bow tie? Well, up top or down? Never mind. Anyway. Stabbed to the heart. No, that's what I do to myself. I wouldn't say I have an eidetic memory. I'm not confident enough to say I have an eidetic memory. I just have very good memory. Yeah, you know, growing up, we really didn't have much bullying around me. Like, there was a little bit, but, like, comparatively to, like, how you hear some people go through things, like, it just didn't really happen. It's the benefit of growing up in a largely diverse schooling area. I had friends who were Indian, Filipino, black, white, Puerto Rican, Dominican, Korean, Chinese, everything, Bengali. Everyone, there was too much diversity. No one can make fun of anyone. It was like, you're just an asshole. Nobody would laugh with you. If anything, we would just make fun of ourselves. There's a lot of self-depreciating humor growing up. That's what I remember most. I remember all of my friends just hitting themselves with their own stereotypes. And then I'd be like, I sure do love cheese. And they'd just be... That be... I didn't have anything else. We done here? Wait, done where? Huh? Alright, we're done here. Did you just offer me cheese? Well, no, that's a stereotype thing, Gogurt, from a TV show. I mean, I do also like cheese, but no, that's from Boondocks. But it's like, Granddad, are you trying to subdue the white man with cheese? Yes, and it's gonna work. Did you just offer me cheese? Why, yes, I did. I'd love some cheese, thank you. Also, one of the few lines from Boondocks I can actually say. My favorite kind of cheese growing up. So you know what I liked to do? My family would buy a big block of mozzarella to make lasagna, and I would just take it and eat it and not tell them. I just get like a butter knife and just slice off like little bits. And then I'd put like half of it back when I was done. Listen, I grew up, Jersey Shore happened when I was in high school going into college. And it's not incorrect. That's it. It's not incorrect. What did it do to your hair? What, Jersey Shore? Nothing. I didn't watch it. I just had to deal with the stereotypes. And by deal with, I meant boldly agree and make fun of. Hopefully Keo is awake. Oh, let me make sure. Oh, no, I should have. Oh, wait, actually, no, I might not have one for just Keo. I'm going to make it real quick. I think we've never had just Keo on. I think it's always been Keo and Sindolf and Keo and Svi or something. Let me just make one real quick for Keo. I know. I'm just going to hit like an Endwalker Fate to finish it. I'm sorry, an Endwalker Tribe Quest or something. Actually, I have enough time to do that right now, but I'm going to do this first. Wednesday of the Realm in 14 minutes. I'm sorry, in 24 minutes. I gave them a little warning. You know, it's so funny. The number of people I play with who I have to genuinely be concerned if they're going to be awake on time, I feel like is just astronomical. Get out of me here with this generative AI shit, Photoshop.
What am I fighting for?
Everyone just sleeps at such ass times. I need that. I need these things. I can't just not have them. I just opt out of all their shit.
Want to fill your dark soul with light.
Yeah, well, you look for alternatives. I have a career that requires these things at the moment. One sec. MS Paint is not a tool for doing it. You are not going to get much done in MS Paint. MS Paint, you can't even fucking, like, change things once they're dropped onto the canvas. One sec, something just got sprung on me. Alright. That's done. Has layers now after 20 fucking years. Oh, that's not right. Wait, what the hell? Why did it not save properly the last time? There we go. That's so weird. Yep. All right, that's done. I still see Kyo with the little moon. Although, to be fair, I would assume Kyo would only show up at the last possible minute. I do know Renan. I was in, Renan took, what was the video that it was? That I was a part of? I've already forgotten. It was like Endwalker Memories, I think. Alright, let me do this. I'm trying to remember. I did a video with it. I featured in one of his videos. I think that's what it was. I think it was like Endwalker Memories and X. It was like right before Dawn Trail came out, like within a month. Where is... There it is. And then I need... Do I have an image for Kyo or do I need a new one? I feel like I just had Kyo on not long ago, but I don't see... Oh, that's right. It was this one, wasn't it? Yeah, I remember now. Why is this image not saved with any? All right. Why they play? Yeah, but I remember it being more about just Endwalker and like expectations for Dawn Trail. All right, I need to actually pee real quick before we get started. I'm going to be calling them up in a couple minutes here. I'm going to finish getting set up then too, but I need to use the restroom. So I'm going to pee right back. Hello. Oh, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in, everyone. We were just getting ready. Hello, Tatsu. I apologize. I'm not good at... I don't know Japanese very well. I apologize. But hello and welcome in and thank you. We're going to be talking about raid stuff soon. Welcome in. Popcat. I do speak Popcat. That I'm good at. I'm pretty good at speaking Popcat. Hello. Oh, just getting set up over here. Don't mind me. Hopefully Kyo is actually awake. Well, I mean, if he's not, I'm going to be adding him a bunch. Let me see if he remembers. No. Here we go. Oh, no, he's online. Why is it showing that he's asleep? Oh, no, I think he just showed up. All right, let me do this. I also have to locally record because we did have a disconnect earlier, so I don't want to take a chance with that. What's the raid? There's no raid tonight. Not raiding tonight. Never said it was raiding tonight. I got State of the Rock. I have a date tonight. I have a casual, fun date. That's gonna be fun. That's at 7 p.m. Yeah, no, we had a Twitch raid. Oh, yeah. I did say the word raid. That's true. I didn't say I was raiding. No, there's a raid, the Twitch raid. The people coming in. It's Twitch raid. All right, let me start the video call here so I can finish the setup. Hello. Let me make sure my audio... Oh, there we go. Let me make sure my audio settings are all good. Okay, no, they're not. Now they're good. All right, perfect. Hi.
Hello.
How doth thou do, both of you?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. It's a Friday. It's the Friday before... Well, I guess this isn't really the chaos. The chaos is in 4 months, but still.
Mm-hmm.
To me, this just
the
feels
prelude
like
to
Friday.
chaos.
Prelude to chaos, yeah. Ultimate Prog starts on Tuesday because that's when we start gearing for Ultimate.
I mean, this is gonna be like, how are the new systems working when it comes to really hard content? That's what we want to see.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to largely be talking about today. It's a lot of expectations, a few predictions, not specifically predictions for this, but going over past tiers and past preps and like when we've been unprepared and overprepared. We'll probably talk about coil a good bit today. Unending coil, not first coil. Unending coil and DSR still set. I swear to God, if I have to do another ultimate coil phase in a fight this expansion, I don't want to have to deal with lightning and dive bombs. I don't want it. Just make me do light rampant. That's not a sentence I thought I'd say. All right. So.
Yeah.
Why do you wish these things on us?
Listen, we have to come to terms with the fact that light rampant and relativities are happening at the same time. Okay? We have to come to terms with advanced relativity, light rampant. All right, State of the Realm. I want to say twas the night before. Well, twas the Friday
The
before
weekend?
Savage. Twas the week before Savage.
Twas the weekend before Savage.
Nah, just give it the whole week. Give it the full credit. Let's see. Twas the week before Savage. Prep and expectation with Accio.
Oh yeah, I should probably be gathering Aether Sands right now.
For the Emporium.
Sure.
He's our crafter for this show, speaking of prep, because he's got like a full thing going for it with like sign-up sheets for like everyone.
First come, first serve, baby.
Sly, you are our crap. Somebody asked why if I didn't get it from Sly. I was like, no, Sly can't be first come, first serve when it comes to me. I need exclusivity if Sly's going to be my crafter. I have to be top of the list or it doesn't work.
I mean,
no, I already have someone because you have your important.
yeah, I know you got someone. Yeah.
I wouldn't ask you to just because you'd have to ignore everyone else and get my stuff done and then also make.
No, but it's just a matter of, the usual shit. Get on, get the books, get melded, start pre-crafts, and like I don't even fucking gather. It's like at that point you're probably market board gathering at that point. So market board gather, start pre-crafts, get the crafting, get the shit out. Done.
That's what I like to hear.
Moving.
That's what I like to hear. I'm just gonna have 2,000 aesthetics. Oh, I need to shuffle my book to see if I can get more aesthetics.
Oh, from a turn in on day one? Boy.
Yeah, because I think 2 lines is 700 aesthetics on this book. It's 200 for 1 line and 500 for 2 lines. And I have no lines at the moment. So I'd really like to shuffle that into 1 line at least. But I don't have any more second chance points. So, you know what that means? It's time for guild hests.
That is above and beyond. I'm happy with my 2K.
Well, I mean, I said to do it in the video, and then in the video showed me failing all 4 shuffles that I had. And I was like, God damn it. Of course I failed all 4 shuffles.
Like, historically, 1,500 or so is enough for 1 set. Then the extras would be like if the tome or if the consumables required it. So it's like it's enough, but more always helps.
You're not thinking about enough. What you do is you give them the 1,500 to make the set, and then you give them your extra materials so you don't have to pay for them to make you your set.
There's no way that's enough payment.
Well, if a whole set is 1,500 and then you give them, if I had 2,700, that's almost the whole second set that I've just funded. Minus everything else that they did. But, it's at least a discount.
Minus the gatherable mats and the labor to
They
craft
did that
it all,
anyway.
and
The
melding of the materia, that they probably have to do.
I don't normally ask them to do the meld. I normally just do it because there's always some like elongated discussion happening like well before the materia matters or like a break somewhere. I'm just like, I'll do it. Just give it to me.
Spamming the chat log while we're talking.
I'm paying attention, I swear. I just have to do this melding. I have to do it.
I just melded a +0. Dang it.
I've done worse things than that, but I've never done that. I don't know how I've managed worse and not done that. I mean, to be fair, all of my A11 prog, I accidentally did in my relic weapon, which was 20 item levels under the actual weapon I was supposed to be doing.
Yeah. Have you had any comments about red text on your melds yet for this, like pre-crafted? Because if you were using a plus 54, it was like plus 53 capped, I think, in the 710 gear.
I almost
So it
did
would
it
be red.
many times, but I saw it and I was like, nope, I'm getting that. Honestly, I practically wish I just took the red text. It was like, I still want 53 crit more than I want 54 of something else. It's like, unless it pushes you over a tier, I don't really care.
That's me sitting with the plus 53 in like 3 pieces.
It's kind of cursed that they mathed it out that way, that it just is one under, and you're like,
My fingers are crossed that means that it'll be perfect on the well, not on crafted, it would be on the next 10 levels up, right? So never mind, it will be cursed uncrafted as well.
I'm just praying for low skill speed. That's it. Please. Because I actually would like to play some machinist if it works out on the last fight in particular. But if I'm at 2.38 GCD, no.
I'm looking forward to our third piety main stat chest piece for healers.
Don't. Maybe they'll delete direct hit and just make piety give direct hit. Finally fix that problem of all your melds. Then all your melds will be piety, but at least I'll have MP.
Yeah?
All right, that's all set up. I just need the music. And then I should be... Oh, I need to do the outro also. The outro screen. All right, that's going to be Gigaloud. All right, that's fine. And then cameras, right. I have the image you gave me last time, Keo, of your adventure plate with the eye in the back.
You could use, there's a picture in this chat as well if you want to use that. Just scroll up a little bit. It's the only image.
Yeah, this is the old one.
If you want, and that also works.
Yeah, I can do that. That works.
Something different.
It's funny because for the one that's your plate, it's just you staring. It's just...
Yeah? Nice impression.
Oh, that's going to be part of the discussion, Clumsy. Raid-wide damage will definitely come up in the discussion today. We have a healer on, so we get to have the takes about the important stuff. And looking at the third fight, I think most of us know the answer already.
I love tumults.
Do you like tumults while we have bleeds too? The answer is yes.
Yeah.
I always forget there's a dot in Titan. It just exits my brain. And I'm just like, oh, right, yeah, there's a dot during this. And I've healed it before. I just don't remember. I think we were doing min item level Titan and like somebody didn't show up. And so I just said, I'll heal it so we don't have to skip raid tonight. Having never healed E4S before, I was just like, yeah, I'll do it. It wasn't that bad. I don't care what my co-healer says. It wasn't that bad. All right, that's all set up, and then just the outro screen, and I am all set. Sly's getting his last, I'd assume, his bev. Outro, music's done, cameras are done, image is done, everything's done. Now I sit. Now I rest after 7 days. The show will probably only run like 60 to 90. I don't think this will run the whole 2 hours. So it shouldn't eat up too much of your time. Oh. Just ready to rest this weekend. Do you have any plans for the weekend before everything kicks off?
Well, believe it or not, I'm getting ready to sleep pretty soon after this show's over.
Sleep.
I'm largely reset. I am getting close to the prog hours.
Shouldn't you be really awake at this time still, technically, for prog hours?
I mean the rotating process. I'm just almost there.
Oh, okay.
Couple long nights sleeps away from being awake at the right time.
Such a different process. We'll end up talking about it during the show. Such a different process.
Everybody does it differently.
I think
And-
everyone hates the way I do it. As in, I just go to sleep and then I wake up.
I have to build the rhythm up, otherwise I will be groggy during prog, and nobody wants that.
Everybody has it. Everyone I just eat a lot and then go to sleep at 5 p.m. and then wake up on time and I'm like, okay. Everyone's like, this fucking guy here. I'm sorry.
Imagine not having some form of like IBS.
Yeah, I'm pretty lucky when it comes to health stuff, so I never have to like the worst I get is that my sinuses when I lay on my back they contract, so I get like congested. So I need to sleep like elevated, like my head needs to be like a tilt like this, or it's just a disaster. The blood flow just constricts everything. And then I wake up and my throat's just like fucking on fire because I'm like the whole night. Oh man. What
That
you
does
got
not
over
sound
there?
fun.
No, it's not. I actually think I have a deviated septum that I need surgery on. I feel like a lot of people do though, and we just don't know. What you got to drink, Sly?
No, just some Powerade.
Powerade. I haven't heard Powerade in like a decade. So I'm trying to think of what everyone started. No, it's not just Gatorade. It's something else that people started buying instead of Powerade. Maybe people just went to vitamin water at some point and said, fuck,
Yeah.
like Powerade and everything.
I was gonna say I heard
Yeah, I
about
think
vitamin
so.
water for a while. People drinking that before they swapped over to various electrolyte drinks.
Well, 50 Cent owned vitamin water, so he had a lot of sway in that. I remember being like, 50 Cent owns vitamin water? I want vitamin water.
Hold on 1 second, Happy.
You got it.
Need to restart my camera.
Okay, as soon as you do that, we will get started. I won't mess up the setup at all. Thankfully, because Keo doesn't use a camera, the setup doesn't get messed up. Camera. Oh, camera. Oh my god. Somebody just snap my back in half, please.
Oh, I guess this is probably a good time to say. Emmy wanted to say hi, and that she's amazed at your progress
Hi.
physically.
Hi, Emmy. Wait, can she hear it right now? Or I said-
No. She was telling me earlier. Like I told her I was going on the show, and she said, "Say hi to Happy for me."
I will DM her a hi back when the show is done. Just waiting on us. Oh, there he is. What was wrong with it?
No, nothing. It's just connection. It looked a little wonky
Did it?
on my end.
That looks fine to me, but I'll take your
same.
word for it. All right. All right. On that case, if you both are ready to go, then I'm ready to go.
Let's do it.
All righty.
Let's go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to State of the Realm. I couldn't come up with that clever name, so 'twas the week before Savage is what it'll have to be. That's what's on everyone's mind. While some of you are excited for some treasure maps on Tuesday, a lot of us are going to be stepping into the Arcadian and getting our first real taste of Dawntrail's promised new encounter design. We've seen glimpses, but this is going to be the real test. So we're going to talk a little bit about preparing for that, what our mentality changes are, talk about it in past experiences where prep has been absolutely essential, or we maybe wish we did better, and a little bit of speculation and prediction as we did last week. So I'm one of your hosts, Mr. Happy. Joining us is our crafter extraordinaire for this show, or speaking of prep, and that of Sly. What's going on, boss?
Hi, how you doing?
How's it feel to be the crafter expert on this show for once?
A little weird, a little bit weird, but I mean, I'm used to it anyway. Oh, forgot, before we get started, hi, I'm Sly. You can find me at twitch.tv/Sly, aka Gray Fox. I've been streaming for about 10 damn years, and y'all act like, oh, there's this new guy. Hi, I saw you from Mr. Happy's. Yeah. So,
I put your at in the title of the thing too, so there's a click to it.
Yeah.
And everything.
Yeah, so I'm probably going to still get it either way, but still, hi, I'm Sly. You can find me at twitch.tv/Sly, aka Gray Fox, Twitter at Sly, aka Gray Fox, you know, all the things. And for everyone who will be raiding, sorry, Keo. Howdy, friends. You tired of not being Savage ready? Tired of going in with normal raid gear and hearing all your friends laugh at you and tell you how you look terrible? Well, come on down to Sly's 24-hour drive-through pawn and gun auto parts, aethological adult give bait and tackle discount cigarette out, where we have unheard prices for all your raiding needs. We got crafter gear, new food, new drugs, and for this tier, we got one of them fancy new plugins that let y'all see all the bombs seen in his arena from the guy in the basement who swears up and down that it won't get caught by Yoshi P.
I like the UAV at the end there. That's a good reference. That's a good one. Are you just giving? So you're selling ultra wides essentially? Is what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that's the one that won't get you banned. Is the ultra wide? Oh well, thank you for that, Sly. I'm glad that the entire intro song is already gone, and we still have the guest to introduce, and that of who you've already said, Keo, who is our fellow Savage and also world first experience extraordinaire as well.
Hello. Thanks for having me.
Keo.
Glad to be here. I have socials that I don't use, so you can find me here, apparently.
Yeah. I'm always like, what do I put at the bottom for Keo? I'll just put whatever. I'll just put the thing he doesn't use. It's just whatever. It's useless, but I don't want it to just be. I should just, you know what I should do? I should just have it be like you ever like do like Windows, like period, and all the emotes pop up, like all the Windows emotes, and one of them's the shrug.
Yeah.
That's what I should do next time.
As far as socials go, I will be doing my first stream in many years on Tuesday for Savage, so that at least will be one place you can find me.
There you go. And on Twitch, it's just Keonu without the underscores as well.
Yes.
Yeah, that's in the title. Again, I put that. That's also tagged in the title, so we're good on that front. All right. Well, we've got a fun discussion, probably a 60 to 90-minute show for this one, similar to last week's, I think. But before we do, thanks to the sponsors over on Patreon for supporting. You don't have to support. You choose to. Everyone can find our show for free on podcast apps and YouTube, of course. But thank you to them all the same for supporting. We appreciate it. Yeah, that one. That's the exact one right there. The shrug. Thank you. Thank you for the example. Yeah, so it's an exciting time coming up. We're just a weekend away, technically. Not a whole week, a weekend away from our first ever Savage tier. Now, Keo, before we get into too much about Savage, we had Whoops on last week talking about how he felt about the normal modes. You have a healer's perspective, which is a little bit of a hot topic in the past month and a half, I think is fair to say. So where are you at on Dawntrail healing thus far in the little bit we've had, and on the general content design, just to get everyone up to speed?
So I didn't get a chance to catch that show with Whoops, so I'm not sure how much my opinions align with his. But
you don't have to. It's fine. You could say he's wrong and he's an idiot, and then we have to raid with him on Tuesday if you really want to.
It sure was interesting having a similarly aligned opinion to the Healer Strike pre-Dawntrail launch. Like, content really needs a little bit of a healing overhaul, only to discover, a pretty big healing overhaul in most of the encounter design in Dawntrail. And Normal modes is a bit of a step back from that, if I'm just going to give a generic statement, but it still applies. It's very exciting. Or we're in a new world. We don't really know what to expect, and it's hype just for the unknown at this point, but we'll see.
Can you think of an experience that would, as a healer, you would point to as something that genuinely caught you off guard? What you would consider an updated healing design?
Well, for sure. One major thing is sustained damage. Everybody's probably seen it in their normal road raids when somebody gets caught by an AoE that they didn't expect to get hit by, and they suddenly get sustained damage. And you're used to those debuffs being kind of whatever, oh, I'll take maybe 10% more on the next raid wide. Nah, man. Sustained damage takes you for like 18k a tick raw in these fights. That's no joke. That's a huge amount of damage that is added onto the healing requirement for that person to live. And if you don't address it pretty much immediately, it's crazy. So that's very different. That's not what we're used to. Have to respect it. Like I got caught by a sustained damage in the middle of I was in Brute Bomber somewhere, and almost just died just dodging mechanics. I was like, why is my health just going straight down? So that's new. That's not normal.
I'll give you a hint as to what gave you sustained damage.
Yeah. Exactly.
I thought for sure you were going to even just point to Valgarmanda's fire phase, which I think is caught a lot of healers really off guard right at the start of Valgarmanda.
Well, I was thinking mostly about normal modes, but the Valgarmander was definitely. So my favorite experience to talk about with Valgarmander is we were doing a normal mode, and the server was having some disconnects, and we lost 2 people in the party, and decided to. It's a story mode, right? Let's just go with 6-man. And the healer was just absolutely overwhelmed with the damage. It was unsustainable, couldn't keep up, and it was somebody that I was like very familiar with. They knew how to play the game, and I was just like, this is also very unusual. Just how much damage this fight's outputting, especially the fire phase. So,
yeah, I remember when we were doing extremes. Like most of us hadn't done it before, but Theo and I had, and we got to the fire phase, and suddenly people were dead. It was just like, oh. There's actual damage here for once. Okay. This is an extreme. I didn't think there'd be real damage. Yeah.
They are not afraid to throw back-to-back-to-back heavy-hitting raid wides anymore. They're not afraid to throw 6 raid wides in a row, high Valgarmander, with dots attached to them. It's got teeth, and it's a very welcome change.
Yeah, it's what, a permadot plus a dot from the ice or lightning plus a raid wide right afterwards while the dot is ticking.
Yeah, and it's like Sky Ruin, Thule Disaster, and more raid wides into another. It's just like back to back to back with dots. It's great. Right. That's not even counting like the healer stacks, which are their own beast of crazy damage. It's great.
Now, Keo, I wanted to get your perspective because we talked about this last week as well as Whoops, the whole subjectiveness of difficulty and how a certain demographic of Final Fantasy 14 feels as though shit's gotten a little tougher. So how do you feel about difficulty as it stands right now?
So it's a great question. Thank you for asking me. I have always been a fan of content getting harder. I wanted to get harder. I think that especially the MSQ and the story dungeons hold your hand a little bit too much. And then the jump from like MSQ to Trials to EX Trials to Savage was too extreme. It just kind of difficulty jumps off a cliff. Or reverse of that, climbs a mountain really fast. Anyway, so it was nice to see it sort of scale up. And it's nice that solo duties, you can still like pick very easy in solo duties and get through them for the most part. So I don't think it gates you too hard. There's still a problem with trust dungeons and single deaths causing you to reset, which I think is still an error in design. But otherwise, I'm very happy with the difficulty ramp, and I think it's overblown. The critiques have been overblown. I don't think there's that many people complaining about it. It's just that one notorious post that's been thrown around everywhere.
Sly, you look like you had something to add to that.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it. Like you said, it's just one critique, and then people just latch on to it, and you get like this mountain of, you know, it's too hard versus, hey, this is pretty fucking good.
I don't think we saw that with because the forum post has like 2 maybe other people kind of agreeing, and then it's like a wall of please stop posting things like that. There was like a large like agree. I remember my video I think I have on has like over 2,000 comments now, and I could not find one that was like agreeing. I just scrolled through, like it was all like, this is ridiculous. Blah. Now that's an echo chamber, to be fair, because I post content on stuff, but even still, like I'm having a hard time finding too much agreement on the it's too hard discussion. It's more like it's more like a starting point for a discussion than an ongoing debate almost.
Right. It's also like a personal experience kind of thing. Like I spammed a whole bunch of dungeons first like week, leveling up several jobs through solo, and I didn't experience any of what was described in any of the leveling dungeons. Pretty much we may have had a wipe or 2 here or there, but it's like usual. You just pick yourself back up and go again. We didn't have any duties abandoned. We didn't have anybody chain dying. Some people had a little bit of trouble, but you just peel them off the ground, keep going. And this is me being on DPS, tank, and healer. Like I wasn't just healer queuing all the way through. So, yeah. That'll always influence how you feel about the situation. Is, you know, what are you experiencing too?
Yeah.
And I'll throw in there that if you're struggling on any one of those roles, learn what the other roles have to do by doing it on tank, healer, and DPS. It makes. Trust me when I say getting better at this game gets so much easier when you play every role at least at some point.
Yep.
Everyone's like, how's the healer letting me die? There goes healer. Never mind. All right, so now let's hone in on the Arcadian in particular. The normal modes, like I said, we discussed them last week, largely just that they're interesting. There's a few things here or there. Is there any fight, before we start talking about preparing for Savage, is there any of the fights that you're dreading in Savage? Do you dread fights anymore, Keo, or has Gordius just permanently stopped that train of thought?
I think it's just I go from either excited for a fight or not really that excited about fights, right? That's the worst of it is I just, fight, I don't know. Part of it's like the 3rd and 4th fight you don't ever really know very much about. They're kind of mysterious by design. But the 1st and 2nd are usually pretty illustrative. And I'm excited for both of those. So
good. You're excited
based
for
on
the
what we
B?
see. I am. I like bullet hell mechanics. So it looks like fun.
Sly, why are you shaking your head?
Because I don't. Fuck that shit.
We got lots of experience with them already.
I couldn't stand near Byakko. Was just like, why? So yeah, fuck that shit. Hell no.
We got
also
so
don't like
much.
jump puzzles though, you know?
2 different leveling dungeons gave us bullet hell mechanics, and we got it in a couple of solo duties too. They're getting us ready.
That's why Sly's crafting.
No, I'll be going in. I'll be going in. I'll be at like probably on Wednesday instead of Tuesday, but yeah.
Have fun. Well, the good news is you have 1 fight to deal with before getting to the bullet hell fight.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Maybe it won't be that bullet hell. Maybe it'll be like light rampant, where they're just tethered to you and it's love rampant instead. Sly, don't roll your eyes at me.
So they're getting us ready for Ultimate. Fuck all that shit that you said. They're just getting us ready for Ultimate. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I think we're gonna have to like manage our stacks of hearts debuffs on us, while taking towers and.
No, you had it right
cleats.
the first fucking time. Fuck you. Heart.
Love rampant. Yeah. So we have these 4 fights, but everyone's kind of doing their own thing to prepare. But we try to do a show on Savage Prep because I think it kind of changes with every major update. We kind of have to adjust what we think prep is, but there's still some standard stuff that you can really do that helps a lot of people out. So I've expressed what I tend to do for Savage Prep. Keo, what's your in-game prep normally like for Savage? What's it been like in the past? Has it changed over the years?
So the most dramatic thing that changes, patch to patch, and especially recently, is when they release the normal mode. So that's first off, like there have been plenty of tiers where we get the normal mode and savage at the same time. You get no time to be in there. You go in, you clear it once as fast as you can, you go straight into savage. You can't prep that. It's really difficult to like. You just sort of have to prep the mechanics, and then just good luck. But when the normal mode's out, of course I'm gonna spam that. So I'm spamming normal modes like a lot, at least until I get really sick of them. Because to familiarize yourself with the base levels of the mechanics, how they snapshot, when you can walk into one and it's already gone off versus when you walk into one and oh, that actually snapshots really late and it hits me anyway. A lot of like Honeybee is about that, right? It's about learning, are these orbs actually ahead of themselves like they usually are in other fights, or is it more forgiving, and where can I walk and not get hit? It's really good to just experience that as much as you can, so you're not surprised when a snapshot catches you. So a lot of that, and that's really important if you have access to normal modes. But also just experiencing all the battle content you have access to that's recent, because remember the battle team's not that big for Square, so you're gonna get a lot of the same philosophies and design ideas that they've been making recently is probably going to find its way into the Savage as well. So it's really important to familiarize yourself with everything they've done lately.
What do you think Dawn Trail is going to have? So Endwalker was the limit cut expansion. I think most people would agree. It seemed like there was just a limit cut in almost every place it could possibly be. What would Shadowbringers like big one have been? Because every expansion's had that. They discovered something new, and now they're doing it way too much. I know Stormblood, I like to think it's Delta Attack. Just specifically, they gave so many bosses fucking Delta Attack that I'm fucking sick of that attack. Yes, every final boss has Delta Attack in Stormblood. They all have it. And I'm pretty sure some of them have it that aren't even
No,
final
it's just
bosses.
I'm trying to think of what it would be for Shadowbringers.
Yeah. It's funny.
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, Shadowbringers had a whole lot of repositioned AoEs. So AoEs that would be, you'd familiarize yourself with like how the baseline AoE worked, and then they would either rotate it in the middle of it going out, or they would have it come at you from like a wall, or from a clone, or from a shadow, and it would be like you'd have to figure out, you have to turn it in your head. And there was a lot of that in Shadowbringers, a lot of turned AoEs, different angles. It would catch, you'd be like, I know this AoE, but it caught me anyway because it was delivered in this way. And yeah. So that was a lot of what was going on in that expansion in particular. But yeah, you're right. Delta Attack even found its way into that first fight in Shadowbringers. We got a Delta Attack there too.
There's even a Delta from Eden. Yeah, Eden Prime has a Delta Attack. Yeah.
They're like, remember Stormblood? Here's your reminder.
You know what's funny? We just did O12 low item level. I didn't realize the stack and spread because I never target or look at the cast bar during that, but I did finally, and I was like, this is a fucking Delta Attack. How did I not realize that this stupid fucking spinny fist phase is a Delta Attack? Ugh. God damn it, O12. They just love that so much. Oh, Stormblood also had the second half of the fight is the same as the first half. Curse for the final boss. Yeah. Kefka kind of escapes it. He only does it for like a third of his health bar instead of a half. But like all the other ones, it's like after Hello World 2, the fight is over. After Grand Cross Omega, the fight is on repeat, you know? They did that a lot in Stormblood.
So does it feel like, so tell me if my instinct is that Endwalker had a whole lot of, in particular, filling the entire arena with telegraphs, but it was the sequence you had to remember. And then like the first one would disappear, and the second and third. And they like recapped that with some of the MSQ fights in Dawn Trail. Just sort of like the boss putting off like one half room cleave than the other, and you have to step into him. Black Cat does it a little bit too with the 1-2 claw.
Yeah, and then she slides over too. I think that's another thing is going to be, instead of the ads being repositioned, I think we're going to see bosses repositioning a lot for the same types of things. I mean, you see it kind of with Wicked Thunder, with the clone kind of forcing you to do it a different way. You see it with Black Cat showing you the half room and then sliding over to a new spot. So I think that Dawn Trail might be kind of just raid wides and moved AoEs again. I think it might be a little like Shadowbringers-esque design-wise with just more damage, which I think is probably a good middle ground. I think Shadowbringers had a pretty well balanced. Actually, Shadowbringers did a pretty good job, especially in Prague Week, of damage versus the moved telegraphs. I mean, Week 1 Fatebreaker. Oh.
Weakwind Fatebreaker did not do very much damage until Cycles.
Cycles, yeah, that's what I'm thinking is stuff. But I imagine Cycles, but for the whole fight. That's what I'm thinking for Dawn Trail, like just that level of back-to-back-to-backness, like happening multiple times.
So you asked me before from a healer perspective on that in particular. The only two difficult fights we have so far are so dramatically different in that regard that it's a bit perplexing on what to expect. Because Valagamander is sort of this constant onslaught of damage. And Zoral Ja is pretty much 3 separate intense instances and then a whole lot of nothing. So you've got the stack marker conga line, and then you've got the duty's edge. Those happen 2 minutes apart from each other, so like all the cooldowns line up for them every time, all the 2 minutes mitigations. And then there's kind of nothing other than that, unless you're taking vulns from messing up mechanics. It's largely just full health, and you'll probably live the rest of the stuff. But that's so much different than Valagamander. So I don't know what to expect. Are we going to have the similar disparity between the fights in this raid tier? Where some of the fights there's just huge damage incoming, and other ones there's just nothing? Or it's evadable? I don't know.
I guess the better question is, are you okay with that? Because as a healer, that very much changes what your perspective on a fight actually is. It's like how Neo X Death doesn't auto attack and can't be moved as tanks. So while some people like DPS might find it fun to like move all around, tanks are just like, yeah, double punch, great, that's really cool. Oh, I'm gonna turn the boss during Arrow 3. That's so clever. I look so cool doing that. All right.
So the gap is definitely always bridged by what happens if you mess up the mechanics and how do we recover. As long as that's kept interesting, the healers will be happy with it. So I don't mind.
All right, fingers crossed. Where was I going to go next with that? So the first bit of prep is beating up the normal modes, which is now a privilege we have all the time. We're assuming 0.2 and 0.4 will bring back the 1 week delay like they did for 6.2 and 6.4. So we can assume that that's now a permanent thing that we can put on the prog list. It's just normal modes to oblivion.
Yeah.
But that's far from the only thing. That's gameplay prep. But we also have resource prep. And I feel like a lot of people don't really know what to expect resource prep. Sly's looking at his eyes like, yep, my time's coming. The Emporium. Are you really looking at the Emporium ad again? Like a mid-show Emporium?
Nah.
And there's always a bit of a question, especially with this tier. This tier is one of the few where you can prepare things in advance, but you still have to prepare more the same day of. Whereas the other two tiers, if they follow Endwalker, you can be completely ready going into the actual Tuesday of with everything without needing to do any like morning of shenanigans, crafting and whatnot. Aloha, this has nothing to do with you.
Fishing.
No, not fishing. I'm not orange script farming right now. All right, I don't need to do it.
I just saw your mic activate off of the meow. I'm so impressed.
Yeah.
Aloha's loud. He's a menace when he really wants to be. And he's going to be a menace for the next 15 minutes at least. I can already feel it. So is there anything in particular that you like to make sure that you have done prior to the raid coming out? Do you have like any mantras in terms of resource prep that you like to make sure that you have done? Because everyone kind of knows what the general checklist is, but sometimes people like to go above and beyond.
So this is directed at me, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, thankfully, I guess, they haven't really messed with the success chances on materia melding. So it's been largely pretty standardized. Like, if that had changed, then it would be like a whole thing to figure out, okay, how much materia do I need to stockpile? But it's pretty much been the same number for so many tiers now that it's just 100 of the tier 12s or whatever the highest tier is, about 500 of the tier 1 down from the max. That's like on average. You may want to have a little extra just to make sure that you can do it. I think the technical average, like the expected value is like 82 tier 12s and about 400 something tier 11s. I'm not sure exactly. I'm getting about 500 and 100. And then a certain amount of potions, probably like 300 to 400. And then a couple stacks of food. Then we're chilling.
Do you stock up? Because that's the big thing. And Sly, this is important for you. How much of the pre-raid release food? Because here's the thing. We're getting new pots on Tuesday. We're getting new foods on Tuesday. So, and you know you're probably going to have pretty decent access time-wise to those. So do you prepare just enough to know that you'll have access, like you'll be able to get access to the new materials and the new pots and stuff? Or do you go in thinking, treating it as if this is what I'll have for the entire prog, like no matter what?
Historically, we don't know how awful it is going to be to make the food in pots. Sometimes they make it really miserable. They tie it to tome mats with very limited supply. They tie it to other really difficult timed nodes or something. You never know. Although now we kind of know what to expect. But the conventional wisdom was bring enough that you're not going to need. That if you had to rely on your food, you got enough. But so maybe like for me, it'd be like 100 food would be more than enough. I'll probably use that over the course of post-prog anyway. And then potions, maybe a little less, I guess. I would still bring at least 200. Again, just in case there's a low supply. But yeah. It also depends on how much you're going to stop and go. Like if you're not doing 16-hour on-release prog, if you're just doing like casual week 1, then you probably don't need to prep any of this. You can just get your food and pots from the market board day of. But I'm thinking like the 16-hour day 1 prog.
I'm thinking of the number of people who don't do 16-hour day 1 prog who are just poor as fuck and don't even want to have to spend gil on the new stuff.
I mean, you just craft your own if that's the case, right? Or you find a friend that will do it for a reasonable price.
Again, we're talking about people who are poor as fuck, so they don't craft anything.
They don't craft, and they somehow don't have any friends that do it either. And they're all poor together, and they just talk about how poor they are and how they can't make gil, and then they just don't go do anything to change it, but they just still don't have any gil. So it's just, they're like, oh, but I can sell the tombstone mats, and then they do that, and then they buy the pots with it. Yeah. Or they use, no, that's the other thing. I've seen this before. You go into PF and see the previous expansion's food from like for the first tier in PF. See people still going through that.
I mean, it's not the worst, and you can still hop in prog. You're probably going to get critiqued on it at some point if you're pushing for a clear and not able to make the DPS check.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Now, Sly, you are on the crafting side of that equation. So what does your prep as a crafter, for someone who's not necessarily crafting for a team, you could technically, if you really needed to, like, but it'd be the same process. What is
done before.
You have done before, yeah. What does your prep end up looking like when you do that?
Well, for crafter prep, it's a lot. Surprisingly, it's a lot of gathering. Unsurprisingly, honestly, because you know, we have the legendary nodes. One, we have Aether Sands, which everything requires Aether Sands, so it's a lot of, you know, gathering and reducing for Aether Sands. Even before that, if you are, again, there are two schools of thought. For gathering, one, you don't really need it, but it would help to be pentamelded. And that was the first thing I took care of. And that was a lot of, you know, gathering for materia. And then I melded, which was kind of painful, but you know, in the end, with like the amount I had gotten, it was probably about 3 mil that I spent on melds. Not bad. In the grand scheme of things, not bad. Could have been worse. After that, once you're fully melded on your gatherers, you're really gathering for quantity. And you're hitting up the legendary nodes because those are probably the things that are going to give you the shit to craft with anyway. So you're hitting up those, you're hitting up the timed ephemeral nodes for the Aether Sands, and that's pretty much your prep. Now, in terms of actual crafting, one, make sure you have your level 100 crafter gear. Two, you could make a good humble attempt at guesstimating the stat points or where we're probably going to need to be. I wouldn't advise it. I'd tell people to at least wait until the patch hits to see the recipes, you know, and then that's another thing I'll get to in a second. See the recipes and then craft around the stat points. Some people are guesstimating to kind of like, you know, make sure once the patch hits, they can just go in and craft without having to wait on, you know, knowing the stat points for the melds. Good luck, have fun. Another thing, of course, making sure you have all the scripts for the recipes, and or having scripts after that for any materials that you might need. Scripts and tomes. Save up all your tomes. Make sure you are capped on tomes, because you definitely know there will be some tome materials for, like you said, food, pots, things of that nature. So make sure you're capped on tome materials, and make sure, again, if you're going in to make a buck, make sure you have money. Make sure you have at least a little bit to lean on. How much? Let's ballpark it, because I'm basing this off of the last raid tier from Endwalker. I had about, after I sold the minion, that was about 35 mil in the bank to kind of play around with, and that was me, not going around in the beginning and gathering the materials. That was me market board gathering. So because I wanted to be the first one on the board, and I was, but nobody didn't have anything ready or anything. They were probably gathering, but yeah, with market board gathering, I was the first on the board. So that's an option. If you want to market board gather, you can. Just make sure you have the money to do so. And then as far as other prep, I think that's pretty much it. Just make sure you have tomes, you have scripts, you have possible mats from the legendary nodes, you have aether sands out the asshole, because I don't know how much you're going to be crafting, but make sure you have aether sands. So yeah, I'm pretty much be to prep.
Specifically for those people that did crafting the last couple of tiers in Endwalker, this will probably be a different beast, because day one crafted release with Savage, the demand for sets is going to be astronomical compared to the last couple tiers. So you may see some crazy business happening with prices. You may see full sets of crafted gear reaching upwards of 10 to 13 mil day one. It just be like that, and it'll immediately go back down, and it'll go wild.
It's gonna be more than that.
Honey,
More? Yeah, I don't usually use the market board, so I don't know.
I'm charging 16, for a set with weapon, 16.5 mil. Flat rate. You get your shit, get on the way. Hell, I'll even throw in some raid food and pots for you. It's a package deal. That's my thing. Again, you can sign up at I'll throw in the link at the end, but that's how much I'm selling for.
It's I think on the previous tiers, they didn't ever reach that much on the market board, right? What's the highest a full set reached in the Endwalker tiers? I wasn't actually watching.
It would have been as Fidelis.
Well, no, I'm in the other tiers where it wasn't rushed. It wasn't day one Savage.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember.
9 to 10. I remember prices on Gilgamesh hovering around the same for the first 3 or 4 days, because nobody was in nearly as much of a rush to craft. The supply was lower, but everyone was still trying to, let me grab the set while it's there. So I remember the prices stabilizing around close to a mil, falling a little below for some pieces, even there. It was like a stable market the whole week, a really stable, good market.
And see, my thing is, I'm not fighting with the numb sons of bitches on the fucking market board, because let them fight with each other. I'm grassroots, baby. I have a stream. I have social media to pimp myself out on, and that's that. I'm a hustler, baby. I can't fight with y'all dumb sons of bitches. Y'all be, and when you really do be dumb, I will buy you out. I will literally buy yourself. I will buy your piece and sell it back for a fucking profit, because y'all are so stupid half the time. I'm just fucking dumb.
Market board is crazy. Day one Savage release crafted stuff. It's the Wild West more than other tiers. So
yeah. This is definitely the toughest set to just buy a set, even to get it crafted, even to pay someone to craft it for you. It's by far the almost double the price what you should expect from other tiers, just because of the same day release. And that's actually kind of something, since we're talking about prep, a lot of people were really confused and probably still are, about what the release schedule is for this expansion. Now, bear in mind, I'm not talking about people who've been playing this game for a decade and know what the release of the very first raid tier looks like. But a lot of people, for some reason, and I don't say for some reason, I know why, really thought we were going to get crafted 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. I'm like, for what? Like, we have no time. We literally have no time.
Sly?
Oh,
Looks like
he's
well,
gone.
he's got no time. He's gone. That's it.
No
He's done.
time.
Might have Thor. I think I know where he was gonna go, but the main reason is that we had the 0.2 and 0.4 patches where they're like, oh, they moved crafted gear to be a normal release. Why didn't they do that this time? That's not what they did though. They just moved Savage back a week and left everything else exactly the same.
Yeah. And on expansion release tiers have always been like this, with the same day Savage and crafted gear. So that actually hasn't changed, but it throws a wrench in things. People don't know the history? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no. Go ahead.
A lot of people don't. But if they're more recently joining the game, they don't know the history. Like, World Prog groups used to commission whole teams of crafters just to make their sets, to get the sets done as fast as possible. There was a whole architecture behind it where teams would specifically like seek out dedicated crafters just to the team, and there was a market for it, and you'd be paid ahead of time, and it was just a whole enterprise. And then that stopped at middle of Endwalker because crafted sets were coming out early all of a sudden, and now it's like it's back being relevant again, and it's super weird that it. Like the architecture, at least as far as I know, isn't there for a lot of teams anymore. So they scrambled to like get everything together. It's been very interesting watching it sort of unfold.
Yeah, there's and chat brought up something else very funny that's different about this tier from the 0.2, 0.4. Something I had to somewhat face today that wouldn't have affected me. It wouldn't have affected my prep. But a lot of people keep thinking you're going to be able to buy a tombstone weapon on Tuesday for week 1, like you could for 0.2 and 0.4. You could assign a melee in those patches to grab a tombstone weapon because you had 2 weeks of tomes going into that first week.
Yep.
And no, you won't. Everyone can buy an accessory. And if you have a paladin, they can get just the sword. Is the only consideration, because the sword's 300, I think, and the shield's 200, or it's something like that. But
Yeah, we could still get week 2 weapons, so like that's still very much a thing, and we'll get 2 of them because assuming you cleared the first 3 floors, you'll get a second weapon, like 2 weapons at once week 2, which is a huge power boost for trying to clear the 4th fight. But,
more a power boost here than in the other tiers too, because this tier is balanced around the fact we won't have it, and they do balance 0.2 and 0.4 around the idea that we will have it.
True.
So it's a big power. I mean, this is they always say they nerf this tier 10 to 15% compared to other tiers, like the first one, just because it's the start of the new expansion. I don't know though, because the combat hasn't really changed that much this time. Like most jobs just got a bunch of follow-ups and like maybe some quality of life.
Eden's Gate would like to have a word with you about nerfed damage requirements.
Okay, see, here's the thing, though. That fight E4 could be 15 seconds shorter or longer than it was supposed to be every time as well.
How's your server computer? Is that on power save or not?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that E4. I mean, I remember E2. Although E2, everyone was fighting through getting damage downs week 1. So E2, everyone was hitting Enrage on E2 and just struggling. Please stop getting hit. Please stop getting damage downs. Oh, that was the worst. I guess the question I was leading into with that, though, is do you think that's going to be a vocal enough voice to change something next expansion? Might 8.0 be it's no longer that way on expansion release again, now that everyone's kind of been given some clarity?
You mean the crafted sets coming out day 1, Savage, or?
I guess actually everything. Tomes, crafted, something that more matches the 0.2, 0.4 experience.
So I don't know how much they pay attention to what the NA crowd's been saying versus the JP crowd, but I mean, I think everybody was very happy with the changes in Endwalker, the other two patches, with like the delayed crafted and the tomes. I think that was universally liked by the community. I didn't see anyone saying that this is awful. So I would think so. I would think they would change it moving forward.
There was one thing that sucked about that change, Keo. One thing. Doing dungeons for 2 hours before the tier unlocks.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. That's the only thing.
I mean, they could just get rid of that part. just that part.
Everyone's like, listen, I'd rather do it on break than wake up. Because the way it works out is you've lost several hours of sleep that might have gone into it because you want that extra week of tomes before you go in. So.
Yeah, and it was actually a legit question, right? Like, do we sink hours of our waking time into this when you're racing versus time you could have spent in the fight without sleep? Yeah, that's a legit question. And some people didn't go for it. They're like, no, we're just going to go straight in.
Whether or not those are the teams that made, because I think the teams that like were in the top 5, I think they all probably woke up early, but I think it was still a thing that everyone considered one way or the other. What was more valuable at the very least.
I didn't like it. Would wish that was not a thing. We'll see.
Yeah. And then obviously what's nice about this one is nobody's really thinking I need to get my, because it's an accessory. Like, is one accessory going to be the difference amongst 8 people?
It's a substantial damage increase when you multiply it by 8.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the one person who gets the accessory upgrade. They probably need to commit to it, if anything, more so than anyone else. But the way with how fast week 1 has gone before, it's like it's kind of a tough consideration that how much the tome cap and buying the whatever accessory it is really going to matter versus the pentamela. Like the vitality almost, I think, matters more than that little bit of extra damage.
It's sort of it varies so much based on the fights, Yeah. That little extra damage could matter. It also could not. It's going to depend on what the tier is. Welcome back, Sly.
Thank you.
Did Thor knock you out?
Nah, it was net for like a good minute.
Well, it was funny because you said we don't have the time.
And then like I saw you freeze, and I'm like, wait, something's wrong.
I checked me because I had internet issues earlier today. I was like, oh, is it me? Then I saw Keo's box light up, and I was like, it's just Sly.
Yeah.
Dodged.
Yeah.
To get you caught up, we were talking about whether or not they should keep the difference between expansion launch schedule, which is the normal 2 weeks apart from the Savage, and then all the stuff like tomes and releasing on Savage, or if they should do it like 0.2 and 0.4. As the crafting side of that slide, what would you prefer? Would you prefer to do all your crafting on Savage Day and hit that market, or would you prefer to have the time between normal and Savage, whether it's a week or 2, kind of is irrelevant?
I'd honestly prefer the time to prep. So like, the week to kind of, give me time to prep and everything. And that way, the need, I guess, the demand, is relatively the same.
Wait, so you're saying, because you're saying the week to prep, or do you mean releasing on Savage for the crafted, or the release? Okay,
yeah.
All right. I was double checking because I wasn't sure which way we were leaning for that. Because you seemed okay when 6.2 and when 6.2 rolled around and we got to talk about that on State of the Realm. You were largely okay with how the market had just been stable during that time. So I wasn't sure if you preferred the blitz market of Savage versus the stable market of the week difference.
I mean, there are benefits to both, but I personally like, the same day demand rather than have it everything come out a week before, and everybody can get their shit a week before, but it kind of slowly dies down and everything. I kind of like the rush of being same day.
I have a lot of opinions on this.
Got to remember, he's trying to make a buck. You're trying to save a buck.
Well, no, I see it from.
Okay.
Yeah, I see.
I do agree that it's a lot more exciting, but from the crafter side, and there's a lot more opportunity. It's like there's other aspects to it too. Like for example, from the accessibility perspective of the world race, how it used to be for like people that don't know, like the difference between having a crafted team and not having a crafted team was very substantial with when you would get the crafted gear, and it would
Yeah, I
make
was going to ask that
make a
too.
pretty big difference. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No. I was going to like go into that and ask, like, as far as, you being raiders, what was the timeline of you going in and doing maybe like the first raid, and then after the fact getting your gear, like how long was that timeline for y'all?
I want to say like 2 to 3 hours into patch, we had pretty much everything done.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
that's fair.
if we had a long first fight, where like say we would almost use up the whole instance timer, or maybe just a little bit more of like zone back in and kill pretty quickly, then we pretty much guaranteed all our gear was done. And if it was a fast tier like Alteroid, for example, where we kill the first fight really fast, then the gear would be partially done. You'd have like some pieces, and then you would expect the rest on your first zone out from the second fight.
Keo,
Just
you're
pretty-
among the
pretty
teams
fast.
that one pulled alt right.
No, we did not. But we did kill it in like, I want to say like 3 or 4 pulls, which wasn't too bad. Because they were like early wipes for one of them at least.
Yeah, like classical elements or something.
One clamp off the cliff or something like that.
Fucking clamp. Oh man. Yeah, I was gonna say by the time you go into the third fight, it's generally accepted that you're pretty much all set on the crafted part at the very least. You probably like food and pots generally as you exit, collect, go back in, exit, collect, come back in. Like if you don't already have enough in some capacity. So
And I'm guessing that your crafting team handled the melds too. Like they had like a
Yes.
good amount of
Yeah, we would be handed full penta melded gear. It wouldn't be just unmelded gear. And that was the standard for a while. It also was like at a time when the crafting like on the market board was not as developed as it is today. Today there's a lot more supply available than there was back then. And the supply back then is like sometimes you would have to pay a lot on the market board, way bigger markups. I mean, I'm sure Happy remembers there was a time once upon a time where crafted gear was 20 mil per piece.
yep.
In Gordius.
Yep.
Yep.
Now keep in mind for Gordius it was I think it was Midas. I think Midas was when we started getting crafted gear that was the same item level as the other thing. Gordius was the last tier we didn't. But I'm sorry, yeah, it was the last year we didn't do that. But either way, yeah, no, it was insanely expensive. And people were still kind of going back and forth about whether it was even worth doing. But it didn't take by creator, it was a standard. And it was still expensive in creator, but it was expected that you were grabbing that stuff.
Yeah, but it was difficult to get an appropriate supply for like a full raid team, plus the time spent melding. That was a huge factor.
The melds is the big thing, because materia used to be an absolute disaster to get.
You used to be
Did y'all-
required. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, you used to have like the crafting level for every single crafter that you wanted to meld the gear on. So it wasn't like today you only have to have one crafter at max level to be able to meld everything. But it used to be that you had to have every crafter maxed of that gear type. So you had to have goldsmith maxed, weaver maxed, leatherworker maxed. Otherwise you couldn't meld that gear.
You basically had to be Omni.
You know, raid teams, they're not going to have max crafters. So people couldn't meld their own gear. So they had to request meld. And it's like, it's not really functional unless you have a crafting team doing it for you. So
And
otherwise
specialist in Midas and creator was still a thing.
Yes, that as well.
A very, very important thing. Yeah. So there's a lot of factors that changed crafting back then.
Coming back to my original point, it was just the difference between getting gear and how it would speed up your prog, having a crafting team versus not, was massive. So the accessibility was really a big jump for people that were trying to get into day one rating and trying to be competitive. It's like you had to be able to afford this whole crafting team, which was usually like an upfront cost of a decent amount of gil to buy their time, basically, right? You have to pay them for their time dedicating to crafting only you gear on day one launch of Savage when they could be making so much more on the market board. And it's like, okay, well, most teams couldn't afford that. So they were stuck fending for themselves, melding their own gear, and it would slow down prog so much. So I like the early release of Crafted for accessibility reasons. More teams could be on the same playing field as these, like, you know, world first racers. And but at the same time, if you enjoy both crafting and raiding, You could also get the experience out of that, but it's a much better crafting experience crafting Day 1 Savage on release. That's just more exciting. So many different perspectives.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of those crafting teams, when it comes to melding, did you rely on their specific melds, or did y'all have a say in how you wanted your gear melded?
It's that's going to depend on so many things. Usually people would give priority lists, or they would give a skill spell speed threshold they wanted to meet. Like, please give me melds to get to this spell speed or this skill speed. I've practiced with that. Give me there. Everything else in this stat priority. Do your, use your best judgment. And other times the crafters wanted the exact melds, and you had to wake up day of and plan out your melds for them piece by piece. And it depended on the crafters and the raiders. Some people wanted to micromanage that. Others didn't really care so much. So
okay.
Yeah. A big thing back then too, because of the cost, there was a lot more like merking as a big thing. Nowadays the rule with merking is largely somebody offers gil in the party finder and somebody can respond to that. You see it a lot with mounts. But people used to just sell like Gordius clears and like all that for like hundreds of millions of gil to like fund teams, essentially, to just split between 8 people. And so it was like a way more in your face. I remember even back in Coil, like 2.1, I remember just randomly getting invited to a merc party to like make gil. And I was like, I don't want to do this right now. Here, I'll just help with the clear and then I'm leaving. And then that's how I got my Nightmare Whistle, because the person didn't buy it, and then I rolled a 99 and left. And that was it. Thank you, Nightmare Whistle. Never forget how I got my Nightmare Whistle. What a great time. But like that was another like really common thing, because people could not afford. And even the teams that wanted to be at the top, they just needed gills. So they were just like, listen, this is what we got to do. All right.
I gotta mention it because it's such a cool fact. For those who don't know, the Nightmare Whistle, you could roll on it if you already had the mount, and people did.
That's toxic.
I had a friend that got a second Nightmare Whistle mount.
That's so toxic. I don't know why they did. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
I think that was the last. That was the last mount that you could buy, that you could roll on twice. I think they changed it right after that.
That was in 2.1, so it didn't take very long.
Yeah, but it was just. It's like, I can roll on this? What? But yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry.
No,
yeah, Merc parties. Merc parties were definitely very, very common back then. Got invited to a lot of them back in 2.0, 2.1. But
yeah, and what was funny is because of how common gil merking was, you could just get an invite from a friend and just say like, Merc? Question mark? It was just a tell. You would just get a tell from like a link shot. You're just like, Merc?
Yep.
And that was it. Or they didn't even tell you. You got an invite from them, you knew. They didn't even tell you. You just knew from who invited you.
Yeah, the OG was Titan hard mode because it was the gate to the first raid tier. You had to clear that to get to the first raid tier, and everybody needed it. Nobody could clear it.
What was really funny was Titan Extreme, because everyone had worked out you needed exactly 5 people to kill Titan Extreme. They were like, yeah, we need 5 reliable people, so get 3 others, and then we'll go. Oh, man. I remember the one I got invited to, though. I didn't know it was a Merc party until we were in the middle of it, and I was like, that guy's been dead on the ground for, like, the whole fight. I can't help but know. He didn't fall off. He was just dead. It was like, can't help but notice that guy's just dead on the ground right there the entire time. Interesting. Okay.
The merking definitely fell off when more body checks were introduced into raids, and you couldn't just have somebody dead on the floor. You just couldn't. You wouldn't clear.
Yeah. Also, just as less gil was needed, like the more and more that like the accessibility increased, the less people really needed the gil to like invest. Like nowadays, I mean, you have one person who just like out of pocket goes, yeah, I'll just buy the whole set for the whole team. I don't care. And it's just like, okay. Another thing that's not just crafted. This is still a thing today that's very expensive. If you really want to go that extra mile, there's ornate body pieces.
Oh yeah, gold certs.
I feel like our perspectives on this is different, Keo, because you're a healer and I'm not. Because I look at that thing and I go, do I really need 2 extra grade 12 melds that bad that I need to pay 20 mil to do it. And you as a healer go, those are direct hit melds. The answer is yes.
It's funny you should mention that because I just gave you a gold cert.
Oh, did you? I didn't know that.
Yes. Shove it in your hands and take this, Haps. Meld it.
I mean, sure, if you give it to I have so little interest in ever paying 20 mil for one of those. But if I'm given one, yeah, sure, I'll do it. I'm not going to say no, it's an advantage, but it's a constant question. People look at it and they go, do I really need that? Is that really what I want?
Good to have. Coming from someone who got a gold cert. Was I sold one or given one?
I don't know. It's you. How would we know?
The truth of the matter is, it's not that difficult to get either gil or even a gold cert. Like you can make it so you have a very good chance of getting a gold cert if you're willing to put in the time to shuffle and shuffle and shuffle to get a 3-line potential every time you do a Wondrous Tales. It's
fuck that bitch Chloe. No. I've gotten so close to so many 3 lines so many times and just to get fucked by one sticker. Fuck that bitch.
But it is big payoff. I mean the 10 to 20 mil is no joke. You go for it, and it's in such high demand. Every raid team wants them.
That's what.
But yeah, it was one of those things where like we talk about gil not being worth anything. Man, if you can pay gil to get stat boosts for your raid tier, like everybody's going to want to throw every advantage they can at a raid tier if they're racing.
I just look at it like I don't feel like that amount of subs. Like, okay, I'll tell you what. If there was an ornate full left side, 100%. Like if you could go head, body, hands, legs, feet, weapon. Imagine an ornate weapon. Like that first of all, that's a lot of gil. Second of all, yes. Or an ornate ring. Oh God, if there were an ornate ring, I would pay 20 million for.
That would be nice.
That would be nuts if there was an ornate ring. They really want to add something to gold certs. That's the next thing to add. But I just like, what is it? It's like the difference of like now 80 substat, I think, across 8 people. I'm like, dude, that's 160 mil for 80 substat for each person approximately.
It's like, unless if you've got the guild to spend on it, why not get every advantage?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like the logical person in me is like, it's like paying $10,000 for a plane ticket, right? Like, I don't need to do that. I can go there and eat the exact same things that I'm paying here and pay like 10 times less. But it's like, but if I have the money, do I want to take the $10,000? And I'm like the kind of person who's like, nah, dude, I still wouldn't pay the $10,000 for the plane ticket. It's just like a functional belief in me that like it's just not worth the value that it only has the value because of the rarity, not because of its power.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So everyone's always asking should they buy the ornate body? And I can't in good conscience say yes.
I mean, yeah. It's only really like I think I wouldn't even consider it if I wasn't trying for world first. If you're just trying to raid, it's not worth it. It's not going to make or break anything in casual raiding. Nothing that you can't fix with a couple more, like with another enrage bowl. It's just that how many times across the years have we seen a 0.1% enrage? How many times?
I don't want us in particular to have this.
You wanted, A3?
Okay, but that was just 2 people died.
But it was still 0.1%.
It wasn't even 0.1. There was no number anymore. That was the worst part about it. It was just like it was gone, but we didn't get it.
And it's like if the Orminates across the whole group could make that into a kill, that's so big. When did we that was like multiple days ahead of time too, right? Like we backpedaled in that group. So
Keo, it was Saturday, and then
it was Saturday.
We didn't kill it till Monday, like an hour before reset. We went from world 3rd on the wipe to world 6th on the kill. I remember it like it was fucking yesterday.
No, it was Wasn't it like ninth? No, or maybe
No,
we were sixth.
we were one of only 6 groups that cleared with weapons.
Pre-weapons.
Yeah, that's pre tombstone weapons being available. We were one of only 6. We went from 3rd down to 6th. I remember. I have an eidetic memory of these events.
Most people who've done any kind of competitive rating have memories of 0.1% wipes. And I want you to think about that ornate again when you think about those 1.1% wipes, because it could have saved it.
In that regard, what about the tombstone? What about the tombstone accessory we were talking about?
Yeah, I mean,
You look at that 0.1 wipe, you're like, we should have bought the fucking rings. Why didn't we buy the fucking tome rings? Why didn't we all get a 720 ring? That's what everyone was asking, like, should I spend week 1? And I was like, here's the thing. I don't think it's worth, but when you have that 0.1% wipe, you're going to wish you bought that fucking ring. That's all it's going to be. Oh, my God. No, not 1%. 1% you chalk up to executional errors. 0.1% you chalk up to, I should have bought that fucking ring. Oh, especially back in Gordius, where Prague was weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks for everybody.
Oh, yeah. When we were talking about that Monday clear of A3, that was week 2.
Yeah, that was the end of week 2. That was like the amount of time. So I think my DSR and Top Group both took 15 days to clear. That's the same time frame to get the A3 clear.
13 days of Prague to get the 3rd fight clear of a tier. That was Gordia's Wild West. And we were the 6th team in the world to clear.
13 days in, we were the 6th team. Yeah.
It's different times, bro.
And then no one cared about A4. Like, they got world firsted and just everyone stopped caring once they changed it. Once the strat came out. Once ignore everything. Fuck it. Don't care. Fight sucks. Terribly designed. Ignore it all. Just clear the fight. Get me out of here. And I'll see you guys never. Oh, Gordius. Keo is in the group of people that I feel like wants Gordius again too, which is why it's always funny.
No. I don't. No. Don't even suggest that. No Gordius again. Midas, maybe. Not Gordius.
What if it was just not Manipulator, but it still took 4 weeks?
Nah. I think my limit on excitement for rating is pretty much bottomed out at about a week now. A little more than a week for Ultimates is fine. I don't really want to go more than that.
I feel that.
How much can you tolerate 16 hours in voice with your boys, huh?
15 days. That's what I have the answer. 15 days. Because after that 15th day, we all cry, and then I leave. I leave Discord, and I'm like, thank God. It's like, you guys are great. I don't want to hear your fucking voices for the next 6 days, all right? Don't like talk to me.
Like the being stranded on a desert island with people. You're going to get sick of everyone. I'm sorry. It's not going to take that long either. That's what it is. Your favorite people in the world, you're still going to get sick of them after 2 weeks together.
At least that joined at the hip that much. Oh, God. So that's resource prep. Having the crafted stuff, gemstones, aesthetics, scripts, all that. There is the one last aspect about Savage Prep that only kind of gets discussed. Your health.
See?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel like I get memed on this every time I talk about this. Every time I talk about this, I'll be like, yeah, whatever. Eat healthy, prep your meals. Nobody does that. No, but yeah, you're right. It is important. Sorry, I want to hear what Sly had to say. Actually,
no. I was just
allowed to exhale.
I was just agreeing. I was just agreeing because, like, again, it rarely gets talked about, and yeah, like you said, people meme on it, Q. But yeah, it is important. Coming from me, who tells everybody to take care of themselves for fucking early access and shit. You know, I should put some shit out for fucking raid for people who are raiding and shit. Because y'all are fucking terrible. I mean, at least Haps makes food and, you know, gets some amount of sleep and shit, even though he's on a 16-hour day. But the rest of y'all, I fucking worry about y'all dudes. Like, half y'all be on fucking Doritos and Mountain Dew, doing the do. I understand we got the little thing.
That's not the problem. You know what I hate hearing during prog more than anything?
What's up?
I'm having pasta. I never want to hear those fucking words because I'm like, so you're fucking carb loading and you're gonna get tired. God damn it.
Oh man, do you remember? I'm gonna have to leave names out of this because there's no way I'm gonna shame this person. But there is a mutual friend of ours, Habs, that I don't know if you remember that they had a raid team, and they had a particular new member that they brought in for a particular tier in Heavensward. And this was my favorite story about health because they got into the day one and they found out day one that this guy had been not sleeping before day one prog, and then he'd been chugging energy drinks before they even zoned in. And it was probably about 2 to 3 hours into prog day one, and he just goes, "I'm sorry, guys, I'm gonna go sleep." And it's like, okay, we probably should have had this conversation about health and food and prep ahead of time, because you can potentially ruin the whole experience for your whole team if you don't take care of yourself and plan appropriately. Please don't chug energy drinks the night before day one pro. Because you're gonna have a bad time.
Don't you like take like? I remember some raid team. I don't know who it was, but don't you like have like little breaks, like hour breaks, and maybe like get in a quick nap before, or strategize. I don't know, what do y'all do? But
I hope people aren't napping in the hour breaks between pull. It's not good for your mental either.
Nope.
But sleeping well is very important. So we're going to talk about health. We can talk about sleep. We've discussed this as a group. I think everybody talks at some point about when you're going to reset your schedule, right? Because especially for people on the West Coast, having to wake up at 3 a.m. is not normal. You're not going to do that naturally, unless you're built different like Happy is. He can just like go to bed at like 5 p.m. the day before. I can't do that on a whim. I need to like slowly roll back my circadian rhythm over like the previous week, which I'm already doing. Like I said, I'm really tired right now. I'll probably be sleeping shortly after the broadcast because I'm wrapping I'm sort of getting used to that rhythm of sleeping during the day. Because you gotta. But other people do differently. Everybody has their own strat for sleep, and then meal prep. Nothing heavy, lots of water, no caffeine, all that stuff.
No, some of us need caffeine. Some of us, Keo, you haven't seen me off caffeine.
Let me rephrase. The amount of that you're used to, amount of whatever foods, don't change your diet. Yeah. That's the more important thing. Is you should keep yourself regular, but also try to work out things like pasta, like you said, and too much sugary energy drinks or things like that beforehand.
And I will say this, it's a little bit of a different beast for like this coming Tuesday versus November. Because when you prep for a Savage tier nowadays, you've had a discussion about what everyone's expected clear time is, and you can prep for that amount of time. You can't have that discussion accurately with Ultimate. You can try, you can be like, okay, have a week, right? And then we'll see where we are from there. And then you usually have like a day during Ultimate where people just kind of have lost the like their prep's gone. Like there's no way, like you can't prep chicken and like eat it for like 2 weeks. It's going to go bad, or you have to freeze it and you're miserable and you hate yourself, So
you sort of you plan that extra time, right? Like on a short tier, I've seen groups plan for like 4 to 5 hours of sleep night one, with the anticipation that they're going to kill on day 2.
Yeah.
I don't know how much it's an ongoing discussion how much sleep is like optimal for night 1, assuming you're going to have a short day 2. But for Ultimate, you're not doing that. You'd be sabotaging the group if you're trying to like skimp on sleep for a week-long prog tier. You're going to probably get closer to 6 to 8 hours with a little break in the morning to do your whatever routine. It's more likely, but exactly. Sorry, I'm just agreeing with you, but yeah.
I mean, that's fine. You can add whatever you want to the discussion.
Yeah, just it's not unexpected for people to do really unhealthy things like I said, like sleeping like 3 to 5 hours or even less day one, going to 2 for a savage tier. Very uncommon in ultimate. Just no way. I've seen people crash really hard or just try to play really sleepy because they tried to do less sleep or they just couldn't sleep night one, and then they're just playing really bad day 2, day 3, day 4. Just it's important to try to get actual amounts of breaks, like long breaks when you're doing extended tiers.
I was just gonna say day 3 and 4 are always the worst in ultimate.
Yeah.
Because people are like adrenaline junkie as you get to new phases on day 1 and 2, and then you do a lot of like kind of ironing things out day 3 and 4, and their interest and their like adrenaline just tanks. And so even if they're on a good circadian rhythm and they've got good like just it flips. Like that's the breaking moment where you learn whether or not your group is gonna actually stay together before the end.
Yeah.
By the 4th day, you're like, listen, I'm gonna stay, I'm gonna keep doing this, but man, I don't know if we're gonna finish the fight. Oh god, that's a brutal one. And there's also even just little things like when people are on break, some people spend every single break going over something to help with the fight and not help with themselves, like getting up and taking a walk around the block or getting fresh air or whatnot. They're just like, no, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to study this, and that's all I'm going to, and they do that every single time.
Yep. People pop into my mind in particular from my different raid tiers that do that. And you have to sort of harass them like, no, get up, walk around, leave the computer, please.
1 hour break, 55 minutes in, they go, right, I should probably eat. There's 5 minutes left in break. Because they've just spent the last hour trying to like figure something out so when you come back, it doesn't need to be figured out. But what always ends up happening is you spent the hour figuring it out and then an hour afterwards explaining the thing you figured out anyway. So because nobody was there, everyone was off taking their break.
Ultimately, you know your body better than anyone else. And part of like 16-hour day raiding is taking good care of yourself so that you can do an extended play session. And everyone is ultimately responsible for themselves and holding yourself to account for good habits. So just don't int. That's all.
Keep saying ultimately.
Yeah. Oh, do I? Yeah, ultimately.
I was just like, I would do that on purpose. Just over here chuckling to myself. Yeah. And I can't stress it enough. Like, I already know what my Tuesday meal is. Funnily enough, mine is pasta, but it's chickpea pasta, so it's not a lot of carbs. It's made entirely of chickpeas. So that way it's not heavy, and I don't have to worry about it.
I always do a mixture of some things from the store that we'll keep for a few days and a mixture of my own prep food. But I have like a choice, and preferably stuff that'll stay for like 3 to 4 to 5 days in the fridge.
Mm-hmm.
And then a few things that are like, soups that are relatively light, like noodle soups that if we have an extended session, you can use. But it's good to have a mixture of stuff. All things that are light, not heavy. But yeah, everyone's different.
It is what it is. Just treat yourself well.
The important thing is just to be thinking about it and not pretend it doesn't exist. I've had people that want to eat pizza on day one. You know what? Whatever. If you can game on pizza and you have confidence in it, go for it. You know your body. Whatever.
Just maybe don't eat the whole pie in one sitting. You're like, oh man, sorry, I'm just so tired. I was like, well, your body is spending more energy digesting than it is thinking about the fight, so I can understand that. Yeah. But those are largely the factors that go into prep. Now, obviously, we've got a long dawn trail ahead of us.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a lot of times to prep thinking ahead. We have, and I'm gonna see if I can get all of this correct. We have 3 Arcadian Savage tiers. We have minimum 1 that we know about, Ultimate, in the next several months. We have 2 or 3 Criterion day procs. We have 1 24 to 48 man Savage that we know they're already working on, likely to do with Shades Triangle. We have a potential Deep Dungeon release. You know, they've still said they're not 100% sure. They haven't really, it doesn't seem like they've 100% locked that in versus doing something else and potentially more. How do you prep for all of these different things that many times a year and keep yourself sane? And how many of them do you actually prep and treat like prep? Because some people don't treat Criterion like prep. I learned that in Endwalker for sure.
This is where we bring up the Asphodelos into DSR, into Abyssos, into Top Gauntlet that we had last time. Because that was exhausting. So, potentially have that, but worse, this expansion? No.
There was also Criterion in there, as well as another, and then finally Anabasios and another Criterion. And there was a Deep Dungeon somewhere in there.
Yeah. Pace yourself. You know, it's all about just take breaks. Don't be afraid to, like, you know, not play the game if you're getting exhausted by too much. And it's okay to miss a tier, you know, if you just want to chill.
That was ultimately what I was waiting to see if you're going to say, because like some of us are like every single one of those at least needs us to be responsible. Maybe not prep, but responsible. But there are plenty of people who just look at Criterion on Wake Up and go, I'm not doing that. Nope.
I have lots of friends that they usually it's not world first, but day one proggers that through the gauntlet that was last expansion's Savages and Ultimates, they just were like, nah. For a couple of them, they just, nah, I'm just not going to do that. And they did it casually in the weeks after, and it was fine. It was great fun. You can do it. Then you can do it with like a full group of friends, not just people who can do day one like hard prog. You can just go in with friends. You can chill. You can do 3 raid days a week. You can extend the prog. You can just not do it too. I mean, it's whatever. I know some people that still haven't done some of the ultimates, and they're talking about doing it, but I mean, it's just more content you can do when you feel like it. I don't know. People get overwhelmed. I feel like they burn themselves out really a lot in this game with raiding. Pace yourself. Like, there's no need to. The content will still be there. Just as relevant as ever. I've done talk prog in the last like couple months with different groups, like first time clearers, and it was a great time. There's no rush.
I still haven't re-cleared top.
What?
No, I haven't done it. I literally haven't re-cleared since.
Oh right, you
clear.
missed the.
I didn't miss it.
Clears.
I didn't miss it. I said I can't do this. I can't keep committing like 3 evenings a week to this. So I'm gonna step out so somebody else can. If I re-clear, it's gonna be 7 people who are ready to go, re-clear it all the time, and I just bang them out. Like it's not gonna be a reprog.
Fair enough.
That's just how my evenings work. Yeah.
That was what that group was supposed to be, though. Like that was the Whoops team Whoops.
Well, no, we were helping Balana because he didn't get to do it on content, right? So it was like after 2 weeks of reprog, I think we were on Delta or Sigma or something. And
it was also a whole bunch. It was a whole bunch of people on off rolls, like including me.
Yeah,
so we were reprogging.
Pretty sure I just did Fizz ranged again.
I was tanking.
It's
great.
That. Yeah. So yeah, there's it's a lot. Don't feel too bad if you just don't do something. Like, it's rough. It's rough trying to be the person who's like, yeah, I got to do it. You can complain about not having stuff to do all you want. Sometimes you just maybe are kind of glad you don't have something to do, or glad you have something to do later. So
this is the part where I say I'm really happy and I'm eating well. Yay, all the hard content.
And I say, no, I'm happy.
You are happy.
He said it like 3 times, Sly, so I held off. I waited. One of the times you were disconnected, though, so I couldn't do it then. You know? That's it. It's the way. I think I've killed him. He's choking. It's all right, Sly.
You've had such an effect on me now that now when I'm hanging out with Whoops and he says, oops, I go, oh, he said his name. That's because of you.
But
his
name isn't Oops, it's Whoops.
He's infecting people now.
You can't. The way he says it, it's like you can't tell if he said whoops or oops. You know.
Ups.
He's infecting people now.
Infecting. What am I, VD over here, Sly? Come on now.
Like The Walking Dead. Pretty soon everybody would be making puns like happy.
It's like the party rock
Oh,
anthem.
I'm happy.
No, it's like the party rock anthem one where they're all dancing, but it's like an apocalypse.
Yeah.
There you go.
Every day I'm shuffling.
There you go. I think that covers most everything that people can look for prepping now, prepping later. I guess I'll wrap this up with one last thing. We talked a lot about Dawn Trail and how this first Savage year is going to set expectations. But do you have any expectations in particular based on what the devs have said or the experience so far? Things that you absolutely are kind of like ready to lock in now. What you want the team to do, what you hope the team does, what you think the team will do with the encounter design going through Dawn Trail. Be a
mostly just so it's in particular the difficulty ramping. We have yet to really see. I don't think the EX trials or the normal modes have really said if the difficulty ramping is really going to apply to Savage, right? Because it's not necessary that they would want to ramp up the dungeons, the MSQ, and then everything else too. So is Savage... So I keep telling everybody when we talk about like expectations for Savage, we're like, oh yeah, it's going to be like a 2-day tier. That's just been a given. But what if this is a 4-day tier? We are not used to that. Some groups haven't prepared for that. They don't have the time off. They're not ready for it. So I would be interested if that was not a given that it was 2 days anymore. That maybe we creep into a 3rd day or a 4th day. I don't know. I would like to see the difficulty going up and not artificial gating either. I feel like they've got the capability now to just mechanic gate us for those days and not just sitting grinding in rages because nobody likes that.
Not an Abyssos accidental gate, essentially.
Yeah. I'd say the capability. They mechanic gated us in Midas. That was ancient. A long time ago, but yeah.
It's funny looking back at Midas and going like, man, we really didn't actually do a whole lot for any of this, huh? But like, it was a lot back then.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tier that I don't remember how long prog was. Do you remember? It was like 2 weeks, I think.
Yeah, it was. I think it was 13 days again. It was like 11 or 13.
13 days, but for the whole tier, not just the first 3 fights. And then, but it was all mechanic gating. I don't think we were stuck on DPS at any point. It was just, these fights are just complex and hard, and there's a lot of nuance to them. And just, I don't want 2 weeks of prog. Like I said, I think 1 week's like my limit. But at the same time, 1 day prog is pretty disappointing.
I just think back to Midas, where Gordius, all the teams broke on the 3rd fight. Midas, they're like, we're going to just focus on mechanics. It's not going to be as DPS intensive. And then all the groups broke on the 2nd fight instead.
Oh, that's because it was bugged. Like,
no, that was also because groups couldn't even get past Blaster, all right?
It's fair. It's fair.
And then remember, Midas is one of the only... between Midas and Abyssos, that was like... They hadn't nerfed a tier while it was active since a month into Midas. Remember that. It was that they nerfed A6 a month into Midas being out because of what it was doing to teams.
That's right. They nerfed it twice, right? So they nerfed it once the weekend of release. Like, I don't
that
remember.
was a bug fix, I think, though.
That was the bug fix, yep.
Yeah.
And then the actual nerf a month later.
Yeah, where they got rid of a landmine and like, was it Blaster? No, Blaster's second, Brawler's first. Yeah. But yeah, they got rid of like a landmine and Brawler, and they like changed some things and like some of the other stuff and like Vortexer's damage, or I don't remember everything they did.
Didn't they make the silence not necessary too, or something like that? They made it so that the Blaster's cast that needed to be interrupted didn't actually kill you.
I don't remember if that was then or if they did that on creator release. Because like when Midas released, they nerfed the fuck out of Gordius, like massively.
Yeah.
So I don't remember which of them that was. They did the same with Second Coil, where they made it puggable. With Coil, it made sense though. With Coil, it was like, oh, people want to do the story, so now it's not relevant. Let's just nerf the shit out of it. With Gordius, they're like, we're sorry.
This is optional content. Good luck.
Yeah. I do wonder about body checks in particular, because they were really leaning towards body checks in in the end of Endwalker. So I wonder what the body check count is going to be like here.
Thank you for mentioning that. That is something I was hoping to get less of in this expansion. I miss recovery. I love recovery. I think recovery is fun. It engages the whole team. You have to make like on-the-fly adjustments to recover pulls. And we had a lot of body checks at Endwalker that made recovery almost impossible in a lot of fights, where you just, somebody's dead, we can't complete the next mechanic, start over. And I don't like that. I hope they get rid of that stuff. And I think they will. My suspicion is that they will.
Yeah,
I think they keep some body checks though. I think they put body checks in some fights.
It's not about not having them. It's just less.
Yeah, there's nothing quite like in P10, for example, losing someone and then immediately getting towers a second later. But that like happens tons of times throughout the fight. And you're just like, well, we can survive one tower, and then you don't, even though you just said you could. Technically, you're just like, well, we could, but we're kind of fucking dead, you know. So that's going to be interesting. Valagar is the big body check that comes to mind, whereas Zoral Jaw is more like whoever's alive is playing a part kind of situation.
I've necromancered my way to victory in Zoral Jaw many times.
Yeah.
So that is a very much a recovery fight. But it's like, I think back on like P12 Door Boss, for example. There's just a lot of places where if somebody's dead, you get double tethered, or you get 2 debuffs on one person, or you get just some other impossible scenario that's just going to result in cascading deaths, and it's just impossible. You know, someone's dead in limit cut starting. Well, I guess somebody's getting dashed twice, and it's pretty much over. But it's just throughout the fight. Just one person's dead. Oh, well, 2 or 3 more people are about to die. It just is what it is. None of that's fun. I don't think that's engaging or fun gameplay. So
until it's an ultimate, then it's just expected.
Ultimate is expected. Yeah, body checks are expected there.
When you recover a body check by accident in Ultimate, you feel like such a fucking gamer. You're like, dude, I don't know how we made that work, but here we are. All right. Or only one person dies somehow, and it's just like, oh, thank God. All right, and then you die to the next thing. Never mind. Just
I feel like there was like a lot of recovery opportunities in DSR, for example.
There's
I feel like
a lot.
There's a lot.
I mean, there's a lot of trying to kill somebody with the damage down to get them to not have the damage down anymore. Like, you know. I think Nidstinian was a lot of like really trying to make sure, like at the very least you were like, well, I guess we could practice eyes and just LB3.
It's like even in like something like Sanctity, where 2 people would die during the night dashes, you could, as long as you raise them pretty much instantly, you could still recover and do the next mechanic, the meteors.
Yeah.
As long as you had 8 up, but you had time to get 8 up.
Yeah. Even Death of the Heavens is largely recoverable as long as you can ensure you kill the meteors at the end.
I've seen that recovered a lot of times, and it's very satisfying. It's fantastic. Yeah. Like, I just want an opportunity to save a pull. That's all I'm asking.
You know what you don't recover from? Race Felger flies into a rage.
But there was some cool stuff you could do with that too. Like, for example,
like what?
there was the tech. Do you remember the tech, Happy, where you would forcefully die before the cauterize so that you wouldn't enrage Race Felger?
I do remember that.
You like die to Pyretic so that we don't enrage them.
I remember, yeah.
Because if you have Pyretic, you're getting dove by Race. That's how the mechanic works, right? He cleanses the Pyretic. But if you were going to die because, say, you took a tick, like maybe you moved and you saw you took a tick, you could quickly move again and die so that the dive wouldn't kill you and enrage Race. And that was that's cool tech that you could know about and react to.
Yeah, there's a handful of things that you could do. Even just protecting the person with Nidhogg's vow, like putting them in a situation where they won't die at the very least, or like they can do the pass, or you can like move the pass over or something. There's like a few little things that you can do there.
Tying it back into the theme of the show, just recovery is something you can prep for. That is something you can practice with your raid team. You can practice, for example, this is something as simple as raise priority, prepping ethers on healers for extended raises, the discussion about whether to bring a raise caster or not, which, you know, right now, Picto is pretty good, but raise casters are always there. They help with recovery. It changes the priority. These are things that you can talk about with the group. You can talk about like front-loading MIT, changing MIT plans on the fly to handle a recovery situation, tank LBs as a recovery tool. All these things are fun things to talk about with your group. And if there's no recovery options, it just feels like it's all wasted. if it doesn't matter. Someone died. We're gonna die. There's a body check. That's awful. Feels bad.
Yeah, a big thing that you'll see a lot with really experienced people who have reses is knowing where to go stand to res someone. Like, oh, there's going to be a tower here that's normally mine. I'll give them my tower and go to theirs by resing them where, my tower spot would be. Things like that can be, those are big life-saving moments. When you know how to do the tower res into taking somebody else's tower, you stand out pretty significantly in almost any scenario.
We've had things like in phase 1 of Top, where, for example, somebody died at the very end of Pantocrator, and I've had to raise them, but I know that they're not going to be able to get to their spot. So knowing where everyone else's spot is, it's the same principles what you just said, right? Raise them in my spot, and then run to wherever there's an empty spot, because they'll be in my spot, and I can heal them and keep going. But that tech is so important, and I just want it to be possible. That's all I ask for.
The good news is if it's possible in Top, there's at least a decent chance it's possible in other places. Because Top is not known for recovery.
It is not.
Yeah.
Little things like that, I wish there were more. Because, yeah, you're right. Top didn't have many recovery options.
Top is an entire 5-minute phase of, I sure hope if somebody dies, they're not the person who has Hello World Far or Hello World Near. You see that fucking thing explode, you're like, this is light rampant all over. This is the same feeling I got every time light rampant went off when I see a fucking Hello World Near or Far explode.
It's also just the nature of having a constant DPS check through the fight. Is there's no moment where if like 3 people died, you would still be okay because you've met the check. For you met one check, and this is the break, and you can have recovery, and then a new check starts. But instead, it's just a constant check. So if 2 people die, you're just not going to make the checks. You just wipe it.
God, you just reminded me of my biggest fear for Dawn Trail, one that's likely to still happen from Endwalker. Crit variance. That's not
crit variance is always a thing until they get rid of crit.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's gotten worse. Endwalker was the worst crit variance has ever been, and Dawn Trail is not better in that regard. Not right now, at least. Like,
no.
Some jobs are more consistent. Like Machinist has 3 direct crits. Wildfire you don't have to worry about, so it's got like a huge advantage in like not generating a ton of crit variance. Samurai also generally very good at not having to deal with crit variance, but you've got shit like you still have Ninja, you still have Pictomancer, and Pictomancer is a big one. Like, yeah, the hammer is a direct crit, but hammer's not everything else.
Yeah.
So, why? Yeah, there's nothing like a top log and going like dying at 0.1%, and the Ninja goes, I only crit 1 Hyosho that run. Like, that's the fucking worst. To see one, like, I get 5 Hyoshos and only one of them crit in that last phase. Son of a bitch.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's, I guess, the last bit, actually. Almost job balance is kind of the last little bit when it comes to Savage. Do you, like, how much do you recommend people being ready to job swap? Or how important would you put the emphasis on it week 1?
So I don't know if there's been any recent developments, but Picto is being brought down a little bit, right, on Savage release. I believe they
have not said a goddamn thing about it. So all they've said about Picto was they fixed the clicking off your ether hue for Thunder to do a skip. They fixed that already. You can't do that anymore. That's all that they've mentioned. They haven't said anything else.
If Picto isn't brought down in potencies, then it's like, I mean, ultimately, I think Picto is a lock-in. It's just, if you glance over at certain resources, you'll see that Picto's doing pretty well. It's eating pretty well right now.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think anybody would not be taking one. But other than that, I mean, you kind of just job swap to whatever's meta. By default, I don't see you swapping mid-prog, except for tanks, maybe. Because there's still obviously the Paladin diff when it comes to raid mid. But Paladin also not great.
Paladin diff. Listen, Paladin's the only job that can buy a weapon week 1, so maybe,
Wings is no joke. Free. It's a free extra raid mid that the other tanks don't have. Cover sometimes has shenanigans that it can do as well, depending on the mechanic. Like we just recently went back and did Guardian, and cover for praise that was a very legit strat back in the day. It was very good.
Sure was. Boy, do I hate Guardian. not a favorite fight of mine. I don't like all of Sigmascape as a DPS. I'm pretty bored in most of Sigmascape as a DPS, but, you know, that's just me.
I think we were very much in a meta of play what you want.
That's ultimately what the question was, is how much do you actually condone the job swaps and whatnot?
Picto
And
is, I think,
then-
the only lock-in I could think of. Sorry, go ahead, Sly.
No, you're good. And then in regards to the meta and in Prague in general, like, well, we kind of glanced over it, but meta versus, you know, healing, not healing, but rezzing for Prague, or having that red mage, having that, you know, summoner, or having.
God. So Sly, we're gonna have a res mage. We're gonna be double caster for some of the fights early, because in the early fights, the damage difference between, you know, having double melee and having a reser is not likely to be the significant factor on whether or not you clear. But man, do I not care. Like, especially if there ends up being body checks, the res mage thing just falls like just so flat most of the time.
Yep, there's been plenty of fights recently that it's like, there's no point in having a resume because we will fail if anybody dies anyway. So it remains to be seen if that's going to be the case. You're gambling on it, right?
Yeah.
Whether or not recovery is going to be important or not in the tier.
Yeah.
But the one thing I will say that if people haven't been paying attention, it's supposed to be the case that the first tier of an expansion has a very light DPS requirement to pass it. Eden's Gate, like I said, would like to have a word, but in general, the first tier is pretty easy to make checks. So in theory, yes, you take the res mage, but damage does also always matter. But yeah, like I said, this is more of a tier where you can play what you want. I think res mage helps a lot. You can probably still make checks, but we also don't know. That's what they say, and then what actually happens is sometimes different.
I'm of the opinion right now, you can equate being double melee res mage fizz ranged as the equivalent of being double fizz ranged, and I can't ever condone that. It's just because red mage at the moment, red mage and summoner are just in such unimpressive spots. Like, I don't mind if they're worse than the other two, but I do mind being double fizz ranged.
They also recently lowered the recast of Swiftcast to 40 seconds for healers, so it's even easier to do reses on healers.
It's also even easier to use it on glare.
So true.
If there's anything I've learned in Party Finder, just means more instant glares. Yeah, Lightspeed having 2 charges, and man, I don't even know if you want to get into the whole Astro against White Mage thing. That's
wait. This is the perfect opportunity for a public service announcement.
Okay.
Hey,
Ooh.
I know they lowered Swiftcast to 40 seconds. You still should hardcast raise that person on the floor if your Swiftcast is on cooldown. Don't leave them on the floor until your Swiftcast is up.
And if
So
you're a red
many
mage,
healers.
melee combo.
So many healers I see just leaving people on the floor because, Swiftcast is up in 10 seconds, I'll just wait. No, it's not. It's a damage loss, trust me. Please raise them.
Please raise them. And it's a healer telling you that. Healers be like, man, I wish I had to do more healer stuff. Res you. I got 10 seconds. I'm casting glare.
And then it's like happy except for red mage. Yeah, we got a melee combo. He can wait. They can wait.
It does always
good.
kind of boggle my mind when the healers are looking at the red mage, their damage dealer, and go, well, I don't have Swift, so that's your job. And it's like,
well, I'm in melee combo. What the fuck do you expect me to do?
it's not even just that. It's that, wait, so we're down a person. Damage is now a little bit more of a factor, and you want them to stop damaging while you keep damaging because they have an instant cast and you don't. They're like, well, it only costs them 1 GCD. Be like, their damage matters more than yours. That MP bar, it matters just as much. All right? Red Mage is like, no, I'm not going to do it.
Counterpoint, damage doesn't matter until you hit enrage.
True. I will say that for red
Speak the
mages who
future.
say melee combo in Prague, by the way. If you're a red mage and your answer in Prague when you're like not at the end of the fight is no melee combo, shut the fuck up and raise the goddamn person on the ground. I don't care about your fucking melee combo. All right?
People also just underestimate also like how much damage is lost from that person just not GCDing at all. Even weakened GCDs are worth a lot compared to one person damaging instead of two, right? If you keep doing your GCDs, but they're on the floor for 5 extra seconds, how much would the value have changed if you'd raise them immediately and then you're both GCDing the boss? It catches up to you a lot quicker than you would think. The faster you raise someone, the better in general, even if you're losing a lot of damage to do it.
That's such simple math, but people don't even consider that.
People often grossly underestimate how much is lost from a person sitting on the floor.
1 + 1 = 2 quick maths. I mean, shit.
I thought it was 11. Don't you just put the ones next to each other? There you go. That's a Hey Arnold joke. They have the guy who's like really not smart and he goes, "What's 3 × 3? 33." Always comes to mind. There was one other thing that I was gonna go to after I was done with the White Mage and Astro bit, which is that's a scary differential, but you know, so are plenty of other things at the moment. No, I think that largely covers everything that needs to be said. Needs to be said. I'm sure there are other things that you could pinpoint and address, but a few more days. Then we get to have the show about how it turned out. Which I think is a more exciting prospect just because of us not knowing what to expect from Dawn Trail.
Yeah. Well, I have to ask you, Happy.
Oh, yeah.
And Sly both. Which do you think is going to be the wall? Is it going to be M2 or 3?
3.
3. All right.
I think
gives a fuck about honey boo boo kitty fuck. Yeah, it's gonna be 3.
I think it's 3 because 2, I think we've seen almost everything relevant.
Yeah.
I think the knowledge gap there is going to be not significant enough to make it a wall. And I think 3's knowledge gap is going to be substantial. And not...
How much?
I actually think the knowledge gap in 3 is going to be bigger than the knowledge gap in 4.
Oh, we haven't seen anything in 3. There's just so much that we don't know is going to happen. Like, I'm sure because we've only seen like a couple mechanics and they're fairly simple.
And again, that arena is just big for no fucking reason.
Yeah,
there's so much unused space.
It's all sectioned off by the fire. It's like, why is there so much fire?
You know why I think everyone thinks 2 will be the wall? A lot of people think 2 will be the wall because they think it's random.
And I keep telling people, like, again, with Savage with a Savage scenario, they usually don't go with, you know, kind of uncontrollably variables like the hearts, even though
they're not even random in normal is the thing.
Yeah. Like,
we've done it. We've been like, oh, it's just this pattern every time. It's a fucking nightmare, but it's normal every time. Like the inside ones do the Byakuya rotation where they just like there's like 3 safe spots and they just slowly turn like this, and the ones on the outside just fly through. It just looks like that. In fact, I think the ones on the outside don't fly directly through the middle. I think they're like slightly off like this, all of them. So it's like from here it would be like this instead of directly down. But it's the same pattern of them every time. The circles on the ground, some of them are placed, some of them are targeted on players, some of them are targeted around players. It just seems random because in normal mode, nobody gives a fuck about saving the person next to them. They just need to move out of the shit that's under them. So they trap people in unwinnable situations. And that's also true of the bees later. Those are all baited, and every time you do it, everyone just run. Like, no one in normal's gonna coordinate a fucking Mario Kart strat. So they just fucking all run around. You're just like, ah, ah. So that's why I don't think 2 is gonna be bad. And I think 1 we've seen the entire fight. I think there's no mechanic we've seen in normal I think it's just gonna be the exact same Savage mechanics. It's just gonna be like harder. I think Sly said he expects limit cuts for the knock up, for it to go 1, knock the person up, 2, knock the person up, 3, knock the person up. Yeah.
Did you know that the Devour in the first floor does not give a vuln?
Yeah, it gives sustained damage, doesn't it?
We played around with it and found out a tank can just pop cooldowns and just stand in every single one. Just follow the boss around, ignore the mechanic, and just stand in every single one. It doesn't give you a new sustained damage. It just refreshes the timer.
And
Don't need an invuln.
plus with the Devourer, there are just like 100% safe spaces to stay in each pattern.
Mm-hmm. But if you want uptime, you have to chase.
I'm so scared of melee players. So I have a huge, like, I hate playing with people who focus on logs in week 1 prog. I hate it. And I don't mean they focus on it in week 1. I mean, like, that's like their normal, like, oh, between prog, I always work on it. Because then they try to do it during prog and they get themselves murdered. And it's always the fucking melees that are doing this. And now that we're back to having...
alive, baby.
Now that we're back to having small hitboxes, I am ready to see across all of the 14 space the number of melees that are willing to attempt really dumb shit to not successfully keep uptime and die at the same time.
Have you seen people greeting the M4 when she blows off the platform? And they just like try to get those last couple GCDs. They don't back out in time. They just fall. I've seen it so much.
It's not even just
I'm
that.
lucky my jump just leaves me where I am, because if we didn't have that, my ass would be off probably half the fucking time. But yeah.
It's not even just that. It's you can take the hit from the arena being destroyed and not fall off, but that hit can still very much kill you.
Yeah, you need mitigation if you're not a tank.
Yeah.
Tank's getting half health by it. I've seen it.
Yeah,
it does damage.
The other funny one is them surviving it, and then after the AoE goes off, they dash back in anyway. Like, instinctually, they just fucking go back. They're like, oh, fuck, that's right. It's going to send me off. Oh, there's going to be a lot of really funny clips. The really funny thing, I think the funniest thing that's already happened with this raid tier is that people have been taking old, like, argument clips and just putting Honeybee's theme in the background of it. Just to see how funny it is to listen to raid groups argue while Honeybee's theme is in the back.
Somebody did the vouch for me clip to that, and I laughed so hard. The serious argument of Honeybee.
Serious argument to Honeybee. Oh my god, that's gonna be so funny. I can't wait for the very legitimate clips of people arguing with that in the back.
Yes.
I don't want to endorse groups getting into arguments, but it's going to happen, and it can be.
It's going to happen.
Oh, and by the way, one last prep thing: if you've got an attitude, shove it before you get into Savage. For the love of God.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Stick that back in your ass and cap it. I don't care what you got to do. Just don't bring that in. Just it's not a good idea.
That's why I don't party finder.
This isn't a party finder problem, Slay. There's statics where this happens. In fact, it's probably worse in statics. In PF, people just leave. They'll just silently leave half the time. Maybe throw some condescending comment at the player who's fucking up, and then they just move on with their life because, like, oh, time to join another party finder and blacklist that person. No, in statics is where the arguments happen.
Usually it's triggered by unsolicited advice, which is going to happen in prog, and you need to get used to it. Or somebody dying over and over and over and over and over again. Then somebody tilts. And it's like, it's also going to happen. Welcome to prog. Sometimes mechanics don't click with certain people, and they just have a harder time. Be patient with them.
And find a way to communicate to them. Find out what... Because everyone has different learning style, too. Really try to find out what everyone's learning style is in advance. Like, if somebody can't do the fight and discuss the thing that needs to happen next at the same time, you have to understand that. Instead of, like, chain pulling and trying to talk about it during the first 2 mechanics, then you just fucking die anyway.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of times, if you just walk through the mechanic and talk about it, you'll find out that there's just something very simple that they just missed. Yeah. I can give an example. I was recently working with a friend's in Zoraljaw, and in the second Triumph, there's a section where he pulls out his sword and does a in or out and a half room cleave in the middle of a whole bunch of AoEs dancing around you. And the person I was working with kept getting killed or a Vuln there, at least a Vuln, usually dying. And when we walked through it a little bit, I realized that they were missing the step where when Zoraljaw pulls out his sword, you can just walk to the other side where there's no sword before the next like donuts go off. And so if you pre-position like that, the mechanic suddenly becomes way easier. Instead, when he pulled out the sword, they were freezing in place until the next donuts went off, and then trying to evade it. And a lot of times that would just put you in an unwinnable situation. You can't make it unless you got like Shikuchi. So it was just a matter of saying, "Oh, hey, right here, just walk across instead. Take that spot instead of the one you're at right now." And suddenly they were succeeding every pull. Just that little change. So just sometimes talking about it makes it easy.
Yeah, the out and on the same side as you, and so trying to get to the other side is not a winning situation if you try to do it last second. All right. Well, with that, we actually did stretch the show into almost 2 hours. There's usually a lot to discuss when it comes to prep and whatnot, so I guess I'm not that surprised. There's a lot of angles to it, I suppose. But yeah, I think we can start winding down. Before we do, is there any last thing that we didn't cover that you think would be important to bring up prep-wise, Kyo?
I mean, I'm gonna plug a little tradition we tend to have, and not the group we're in right now, but most groups will do some kind of little fun team building game before prog. Just like, especially on the downtime day. Like usually there's a day with not this time. This time we only have 4 hours of downtime, but sometimes it's a whole day of downtime before the prog tier, and we'll just I'm spacing out on the names of them, but like the little bop 'em sort of online games, the like party games that you can play together. Do you remember
Jackbox?
Happy? What? Or Sly?
It's a Jackbox?
No, play Chain Together. That'll go great. Played that last night. I didn't realize last night I got great practice with Savage Prog, except I only had to herd 2 sheep instead of 7. There is 8-player Chain Together mods, by the way.
Anyway, there's like little teamwork games. I can't think of the name off the top of my head, but if you want to do them as a team, it really helps with like diffusing tension when it comes to like, stepping on your teammates' toes. Makes it a lot smoother when you do it in prog, because you're gonna murder somebody. You're gonna kill Happy in the middle of Criterion and make him sit on the floor for the kill pull or something like that.
I had forgotten about that actually until you brought it up.
I still feel awful about it.
I've killed Happy. Well, at least they'll get some practice in. Boss dies. What the fuck?
Enjoy your footage for your kill.
It's killed on dartboard? Yeah, I was killed on second dartboard.
It was first. You were dead for a long time.
I was dead on second dart. Because if I died during the downtime mechanic, dartboard would have gone disastrously.
I see Jitter in the chat.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
I can't
That's
believe
correct.
that killed too.
Yeah, I can't believe that pull cleared. I can't either, but it happened. Thank you, third Criterion, for not having a strict DPS check like the other 2, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, now that I've taken that jog down memory lane, thanks for taking the time to do this, Kyo. We'll wrap up and keep the post show short so you can get to sleep.
Thanks for having me. It was wonderful to be here.
Yeah.
I love hanging out with you and Sly. You guys are both wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sly had to. His power had to take a quick break earlier, but it's not. But,
Yeah, it was just that. It wasn't power.
Did not have any time.
Did not
It
have
might
any.
be later though.
Is there actually even a window there? Or are you just like looking up?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a window right there. That's where the light's coming from. Can't see the light.
Well, I mean, you could be listening to rain hitting, or like you could be listening to the storm, and you're just like, huh. All right. I don't know. Maybe there's no wind. When I do it, if I were to do that, I'd be like, huh, it's raining today. There's no window right there. The window's that way. That's not even a window. That's a sliding door. All right. But yeah, thank you again for taking the time. I know that you don't really use the socials much, but you do. We still have the end of the stream plug to do. So go ahead and say whatever you're going to say, Kia.
Yeah. My Twitter's on the screen right now. _ Keanu _ I occasionally post when it's really rare, and then twitch.tv/Keanu for prog on Tuesday.
I went to your social to see when the last time you used it was, and 2 times ago you retweeted my Happool Jaja picture, and that was one of the last things you used Twitter.
That was a great picture, to be fair. Definitely worth a retweet.
Thank you again, Sly. You know the drill. You know the drill.
Yeah, again, you can find me at twitch.tv/Sly, aka Gray Fox, Twitter at Sly, aka Gray Fox. Tuesday will be a prog free stream. You won't have to worry about, getting the fight spoiled or anything. Half of you are going to watch Haps anyway, so who the fuck cares? Either way, I will be, again, just doing my thing all day. And again, if you are in need of a crafted set, get you a Sly. There's the list. There's the form. First come, first serve. It'll be pretty chill. So there you go. And happy.
You actually reminded me of the thing I forgot earlier for Keo. So I'm going to backtrack out of this just for a brief moment.
Mm-hmm.
Keo, thinking about all the way back in Gordius and now, how do you feel about Echo and Neverland and what that means for 14? That was a big one I actually wanted to bring up.
Really excited. Like, it opens the doors to so much for building the world scene to bring just more exposure. The preview video they put on Twitter, if anybody hasn't seen that, is really cool, very hype. Everything that brings more attention to the scene is always very welcome. And Echo is a wonderful organization. Neverland's a very talented team. I'm glad to see them pair up. So, very excited. I hope more organizations get into it because it just means that the scene grows and, yeah, it gets bigger. And that's always a good thing.
There we go. Yeah, that was the one I was forgetting earlier when I said, is there something I'm forgetting? That was it. Sly saying everyone's going to watch me. And I was like, well, no, they're going to be watching Echo. Oh. There we go.
This is the first tier Neverland's ever streamed prog, so
that is correct.
And
that's why it's a pretty big deal. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
It's also going to be interesting to see because everyone's always the top teams generally have kept quiet. I think now more than ever, the top teams being quiet is not a good idea. I think we've seen that with Endwalker. What has happened when teams have been quiet during prog, and what happens in the week or two following? It was Endwalker was a lot of things happening that expansion. Oh boy. Yeah. So the more public facing things are probably for the better.
Agreed. I think and I think stream racing is much more exciting in general because everybody can just tag along. I love the memes that are made during prog. Just in general, the stream chats have their own like life comes to them. I love the stuff from like Abyssos prog with like the tree memes and all the other stuff. Then I love the Joel memes from Perry's stream and Kindred, and the Echo streams when they were doing prog and like top and stuff. It was always so exciting to follow them and track the memes. So more streamers, better. Very excited.
True story. I had to leave the Keo's Gordius group because I didn't want to not stream prog anymore, and we weren't going to stream Midas. So I was like, well, I have to at this point.
Yeah. Streaming prog is a wonderful experience. I wish we had been more open to it in the past. It's definitely, I've always been an advocate for it.
God, Keo, that was like 8 years ago now. It's 9 years ago.
Yeah, it's a long time ago.
Fucking Christ. All right. And I'm the last one to do an outro. Hi, I'm Mr. Happy. Yeah, I'll be streaming prog on Tuesday. I'll actually have Twitch front page on Tuesday at some point. So that'll be fun. They just like open that up for partners. There's like I guess a more streamlined process for it now or something. There was like a form or something that they tweeted out or whatever. And I was like, oh, hell yeah, I'll do that. That's good. Also tonight, I have something very, very different. Have you not seen that slide, what I'm doing tonight? Oh, you have? Yeah. There's a story. So I'm doing, consider it more like a get to know the streamers kind of thing, but I have a casual date night stream tonight. Yeah. So a friend of mine, she occasionally does those with some of her friends, and she came into my stream, and I was talking about how I feel like if I did that, everyone would just be like thinking I'm just bringing on cute girls to flirt with. She's like, well, you should do that. And I was like, well, you're cute. Do you want to do it? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, okay, well, I guess that we're doing that. Let's do that this Friday. That was it. That was the end of that discussion. And so that's tonight. So if you consider it like Haps and Co. After Dark, I suppose. Because that's really what it's going to be. It's going to be just kind of like personal conversations and stuff. It's like a get to know your streamer kind of thing. So that should be fun. That'll be at 7 p.m. So that's about 5 hours from now. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. Because that'll probably be a fun time. Haps After Dark. Never mind. I don't like that. I don't like that term anymore.
Nope. Too late. It's out there. It's out in the ether. We're using it.
No, and this is online.
That'll probably be the new name.
I know this is
when it gets rebranded.
Thing. No, it's not going to get rebranded, Sly. I'm not rebranding.
After Dark.
No, that's we saved that for the other requests I've been getting on social. That's a different. That's the different site. That's the. Hey, do you have an OnlyFans? By the way, what do you think of the monk changes coming? Which is very close to a real DM that I got. That's very close to a real DM that I got. I got a real one where it was like, "Do you have an OnlyFans? Love your 14 content." It's very close to like the actual thing that I got. What a segue that was. Seeing that in my DMs, hilarious though. All right,
you're a handsome man. I can understand the comments.
Thank you, Keo. Thank you for that. Thank you for feeding that. That's gonna.
Yep. No problem.
But really, when we getting this OnlyFans though?
Sly, what do you want to know? Why do you want to see my dick? What are you asking? Fucking Christ. I'm ending this show. We'll be on next week with first impressions of whatever. Well, we'll probably have it cleared. We'll talk about Savage next week. That's it. Show's done. Thanks, patrons. We're done now.
Please look forward to the OnlyFans.
Look forward to date night.
Yeah, look forward to date night. How about that? Because you get, I'm moving on. That's it. We're on the outro screen now. It's cut. It's cut. All right. All right. That's it. Show's done. Exclusive raid strats on only. I was like, so my thing was I should just do the OnlyFans version is I do patch note readings just with my shirt off, and that's it. That's the only difference. I just have to record 2 patch note readings. Raid strats and bio. Fuck.
Need only like After Dark guide content, please.
What is that? Like I'm not even on screen during that.
Just ASMR and have like your picture in the corner.
Everyone, Mr. Happy here. And today, we're gonna talk about M1 Savage. Ooh, little kitty cat.
Yeah, this has got potential.
This has got potential. I could release that on YouTube though. That doesn't have to be anything else. That's just Cider Spider. See, somebody's got it. Hey, you might be cooking.
Hey man, OnlyFans doesn't have to be dicks. It could also just be bonus content.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
a lot of
people there's some people who do wholesome content on OnlyFans.
I considered doing one for just Aloha and Ivy, and it's just pictures of them and nothing else. Just existing. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. No, go ahead, because I thought of it too.
Pussy pictures.
Yeah, there you go. There it is. Yeah. There it is. Sly's lost it. Sly hasn't even had anything to drink today during stream. This is just this is raw Sly right now, just crying. He's in tears. Oh my god.
Oh, Jesus.
All right. Well, Keo needs to get to sleep to keep a circadian rhythm going. So
yes, thank you.
Yes, you don't need to be around for this.
Haps is looking for any way out right now. Get me out of here.
Yep. Damn right. All right. Well, it was a nice show, everyone. Sly, have a wonderful weekend. Keo, I'll see you on Tuesday.
Yep. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Sly's literally, I shit you not, in actual tears. Like, needed a fucking... Like, needed tissues. Not... You know what? Never mind. Anyway. I'll be back in about 4.5 to 5 hours for date night. So, if you want to hear some great stories brought on by casual conversation, then tonight will be the night. So funny. I've had this may not be the last one, but they'll talk about that later because there's potential for other ones. But either way, it'll be a nice casual conversation tonight that everyone can follow along for. It's not gonna be anything too crazy. I'll be back for Haps After Dark. That's in 4.5. Yeah, do you know what? Just yes. Okay, that's it. Okay, I will see you all later tonight. Okay, bye, 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 bye. Like in sync.